everyone. I'm very happy to open this 11th edition of Photovoltaics Forums Landscapes, which takes place at the occasion of the 8th World Conference on Photovoltaic Energy Conversion in Milan. Before I forget something, I would like to thank all our partners and sponsors of this initiative. So this edition was organized together with ETA Florence Renewable Energies. We are the organizers to Enea and ETA Florence Renewable Energies. We have also a very precious participation of UN Habitat. And in the afternoon, we have a very interesting initiative which was organized together with the Italian National Institute of Architecture, INARC. Then I also would like to thank our sponsors. So it's European Energy and Rentec, which allowed us to organize the logistic of this event. I welcome also those who are connected online. We wanted this event to be really global, as it happens in conjunction with the World Conference on Photovoltaics. So to ensure the largest possible participation of also other countries, we have a hybrid format. So I welcome also those who are not present here. So the program is very long today. We have this morning a keynote presentation given by Raul Pantaleo, and I'm very happy of that because I think it's important now give a message which is not only technical but also ethical and political. So it's a very important keynote speech from an architect who has been working very long with emergency. So I'm also very happy that we are in the city of Gino Strada. So for me, it's a kind of tribute to emergency also. Then we have a session which is chaired by Vincent Chitio, and I thank Vincent Chitio for organizing a wonderful session also with the participation of African countries. So we are very happy to cover also the topic of Africa, and the connection point is agrivoltaics, on a topic on which Italy is very active at the moment, and also Enea and ETA Florence with the Italian National Network for Sustainable Photovoltaics. In the afternoon, we switch to design. You know that the subtitle of this event is Beauty and Power of Design Photovoltaics. So we have organized an international design competition together with the Italian National Institute of Architecture that we called Agrivoltaics for Noah's Ark. So you will learn more in the afternoon. And last but not least, the day ends with a solar architecture organized by SUPSI, which will be presented later on by Francesco Frontini. We also thank our media partner, so Paesage Topscape, and we hope that we can continue this initiative of, let's say, bringing culture to a world of mainly technicians for many others here. So now it's my pleasure to introduce the keynote speech by Raul Pantaleo. So for those who don't know a lot about Raul Pantaleo, he's the co-founder of TAM Associati, one of the maybe most well-known architectural firms, not only in Italy, but in the world. They were awarded with lots of different design awards. And one very important, I think, it's the Aga Khan Award for Architecture in 2013. But they were also mentioned as the best architecture, one of the best architecture firms in the world by the architectural magazine Domus in 2019. So it's my honor to give the floor to Raul Pantaleo.
Thank you, Alessandra. It's a big responsibility with all these titles. Unfortunately, it's me.
I forgot the title, which is very important because it's Photovoltaics for Democracy and Resilience.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here, and photovoltaic is always my goal when we design. Unfortunately, is not always succeeding. So as Alessandra was mentioning, I'm one of the member of the design team called TAM Associati. We have been practicing over the last 20 years in what is now called impact design. Let's say we made a choice 20 years ago to transform our profession in something we want to do for the good of humanity and for the environment. So when Alessandra invited me to this conference, I was a bit skeptic because, I mean, I'm not an expert of photovoltaic. I try to use photovoltaic. I challenge photovoltaics, but it came to my mind that this picture that I just received in that days from a friend of mine in a war-torn area. And this picture came to me as a sort of enlightenment that could be the approach to this conference, try to bring the idea that there is a strong link between energy and democracy, or the process that are creating a better community. So this picture is showing photovoltaic panels, and the bullets, the hole are bullets hole, and they are not by chance. So this photovoltaic has been shooted because represent for that community the example and the meaning of freedom, because we're freeing the community from the connection to electricity, to the local electricity, and was freeing the community because these panels were used for agriculture. So I try to pose to myself this question: if photovoltaic can help to grow democracy, and how there is a strong link between democracy and energy. We are talking of something that is already in the 17 global goals, and precisely number 7, that is about affordable and clean energy. Unfortunately, this is a date of 1 year ago, but I think it has not big change. Nearly 800 million people live without any access to electricity, and about 600 million of them in sub-Saharan area. So that means that beside the goal, the political goal, the reality is much, much different. So for me, in all this year of work, in sometimes in very extreme condition, in war-torn area or in poverty area, as Alessandra was mentioning, I've been working for the last 20 years with emergency in Afghanistan, Iraq, Sierra Leone, Central African Republic, and so on, so on. And so I try to somehow to create for myself a method to approach this extreme condition. But what is interesting is that, well, what I always say, this is the way back. I think in this situation of crisis, of energy crisis, but also philosophical crisis of let's say our community in the Western country, this experience of doing exactly what you need, doing the minimum as you can do. I mean, this experience that we mature in this condition is becoming extraordinarily important. So what I will show you today is, of course, there are examples of very small projects in very somehow and somewhere in a remote area, but keep an eye that these are somehow seeds for a possible future, for us to get a new habits for the reality. So how do we enhance this valuable asset that is photovoltaic? How do we approach photovoltaic? And I can just share with you my experience and what we did. So whenever we start a project, that can be in Italy, can be wherever in the world, the first issue about energy is that the best energy is the energy we save. Because, as you know, the growth of renewable energy is parallel to the growth of consume of energy. So there is a problem, especially in our society, that we have to start to think in a different way, the construction and also our behavior. I will share now 3 examples of how we made an approach to the project that was leading to save energy and then to use a renewable energy. This is a project we did in 2012 with emergency in Darfur. It's a pediatric clinic. I've been working in Darfur in 2004 during the war. So it was Darfur for me, it's a place that I am really very, very much connect, and I love that part of Sudan. And of course, in this area, unfortunately, beside the end of the war, there are big fragility in terms of society, in terms of healthcare, and also in terms of energy. So when we approached this this project, the first goal has been to work on the passivity of the building. That actually is something that you will see that is coming through all our projects. So to try to design a building that was merged in the morphology of the place, but also that has a strong passivity in order to reduce the energy demand. So you see, this is a wall building. So this is an introverse building, like is a typical Darfur and Sudanese house, but it's inside. We succeed through the water treatment to have this beautiful garden. So there is a inside effect that comes from green that I will show in another project. So how do we succeed this project? Of course, this goal. Of course, the first issue has been to design the building according to this idea of protecting from the solar irradiation. So this a double wall building, all the facade are shaded, and then the emergency was asking to have a high standard in terms also of comfort, inside comfort. So we work on this project that we already developed in the Salam Center in Khartoum, using the adiabatic cooling. So we studied the Bajir system that, as you know, it's typical of Iran and north of Africa. So the air is catch from 15 meters, 10 meters, comes in the ground. There is a sand trap, and then is inflated in the ground channel. There is a mix between natural ventilation that comes from the wind, but also the adiabatic cooling that comes from this adiabatic system. So what is the result? I mean, the interesting point is that we succeed in cooling 800 square meters with 6 kilowatt. As you know, it's really nothing. And so this allows to reduce the amount of energy needed by the building and to allow to have photovoltaic. So this is a process that it's linked. The design is very much linked with the idea that we use what is available on site. And for instance, one of the goals we start with the project was to minimize the use of concrete, of cement. So we use this vaulted ceiling that is typical of that area. But this vaulted ceiling has two interesting effects. On one side, gave hope to the children that were going in this hospital, that are used to hospital of that standard that you see on the left. But also there is a very interesting effect that comes from the idea that there is a perceived temperature that of course we calculate just asking people. There's almost less than 1 degree. So it's interesting how this process, this design process, is tackling energetic issue. And the other example is again in Sudan. We are in Port Sudan, is again another pediatric clinic for emergency. The clinic is based in a very in the suburbs of Port Sudan, where have been concentrated many refugee people that were escaping from different wars that affected Sudan. So it is a sort of urbanized area, but on the suburbs are still these slums and informal settlements. So the idea of the project has been to design a garden. So the building is not a building, is the aim of the project is to design a garden. And here you see the strong link between energy and design and resources. So we designed this treatment plant that is just natural treatment. So doesn't need any energy apart from a small pump. So we succeeded in watering the garden and create this garden that has a double effect. It is first of all, it's a place for community where the people can gather and stay in a fresh area. Is basically the only trees of the whole area. But you see the trees are growing and somehow eating architecture. And this is, I love this two pictures that are 3 years later. So the idea that nature is becoming the real actor, prima donna of this project. So of course, this has a multiple effect also in terms of climate of the building, because this is basically the only green area. And as you know, this can has a good effect psychologically, but also in terms of energy demand. And lastly, it's the only place where children can play and enjoy the grass of this area. So I think that just these two examples are just showing how we tackle the energy issue that is mixed with technology, is mixed with aesthetic, is mixed with the social result. This is one of our recent most recent project is the pediatric hospital we realize in Uganda, again for emergency, but together with Renzo Piano. I mean, this would need another chapter to tell all the story. But it has been an extraordinary experience because we could merge our experience with the extraordinary experience of Renzo Piano. But going again on the passivity of the building, the first thought we had, which was to try to use as much as possible the local resources and try to also to improve different technology in construction. So the idea came for the first excavation of for the test engineering test, and so we start to think if it was possible to use the soil, excavation soil, to improve a very old technique that is rammed earth or compressed soil, but to improve in terms of technology, to work on the mix design, so somehow engineering this technique. So this has been a long process also in terms of research, of result in terms of engineering. But what has been interesting is that basically this result that is, of course, first of all, is a result in terms of use of the material that was available on site. But you see the wall are very thick and massive walls. So we succeed in having a very performance building in terms of passivity. And here you see the wall. But then we work with the idea of giving energy and protect the building with this canopy that is covering completely the building, that also is typical of Renzo Piano design. But you see somehow this canopy is completely integrated in a process of giving energy, protecting the building, and also giving a strong impact to the building. Here you see the double roof of the canopy and the ordinary roof. And the result has been about 2,500 photovoltaic panels that it is covering for sure the part of the running part of in terms of energy for the day life. So it's covering almost 30% of the need of the hospital. So it's not covering 100%, but it's already a good starting point. So here we have been focusing on design. Now I would like to show you three other more examples about how photovoltaic can become a tool to democracy, and how it can give autonomy to a community to grow, to connect, to stay together, to study, to have a process where they grow. And so in my experience, there are three core elements that are connected with the energy. There's education, inclusion, and equity. And I would like to share with you three very small projects that are significant, in my opinion, in terms of view about the future. The first project is linked to education, and it is a project again in Darfur. I was trying to localize the project I was showing in a geographical area, so to have a continuity. It's a project for the German corporation GIZ. The program of the GIZ was to install different vocational school in this different city of Darfur. So it's very much linked with the idea that education, but not only primary education, but the education of a higher standard, the vocational education, is giving the tool to the young generation to improve in terms of their capacity of their skills in terms of electricity, mechanic, photovoltaic, cooking. I mean, these are some of the activities that will be run in this schools. But when we start this project, that we were parallelly studying climate change for a project in Togo, and so we start to try to understand how this this project could be an occasion to reflect on what is today mitigation and adaptation. So to try to develop somehow an approach as a model that could be a way of thinking to the next generation of building. And of course, we made this small research on the World Bank data and on the climate analytics data, and it's irrelevant the dramatic numbers that comes out from this data. I mean, of course, the average temperature is that will be in Darfur in 2040 will be about around 35 degrees. So the big heat is going to be a dramatic issue. But meanwhile, this is quite interesting. The precipitation will increase of about 12 and 17. Of course, the numbers depend on where you start to get information, from which information you get the numbers. But this is absolutely irrelevant. But what is relevant is, as you see, the precipitation will be concentrated in 1 month. So in 1 month, there will be what is now happening in a lot of part of Darfur and Sudan, big flood. So going back to the project, the idea has been that we want to give to GIZ, but also to the Minister of Education of Darfur, a tool than a project. The idea was that we have designed this modular system that in itself, then I will show you later, are completely autonomous in terms of energy, in terms of respond to climate risk. So the idea that you can somehow, as a game, assemble the different element like a sort of toolbox, but each element is based on this idea of to be a totally off-grid. I will come back again on this issue of grid, because for sure, in some context in the African context of grid is a solution, or sometimes is the only solution. But I think that conceptually, the idea of to be off grid, it is extraordinarily interesting also in our context, where we are completely dependent by somebody that is bringing all the energy, that we are completely addicted to something else. So the idea that each unit, each building can be somehow autonomous in terms of energy, in terms of water, in terms of also, since today we are talking about agriculture, in terms of food, it is somehow a perspective that is interesting also in our context. Not interesting, I think is the only way. So the idea of this project is that each classroom, it's an idea of energy, a community that is completely autonomous, as I was mentioning, in terms of facing the big heat, the electricity, to give autonomy in terms of light for the computer, the ventilation. Here there is this ground ventilation. And again, the gardening, it's relevant because these are rain garden, but also are providing, and this is the entrance of the school, are providing shade, but also are helping in case of flood to evacuate the water. So, and then this building in the night, since in that area, it's in the suburbs, this really no public light is going to become a place for the community. So we propose to GIZ to have the library, the study room, the small cafeteria on the first floor. So it can be open to the city. So this is becoming, I think it's a place where community can grow and where people are meeting, are studying. As you know, study is the first step for democracy, in my view. The other project is talk of inclusion. Of course, this is a very wide issue, but we want to talk of something that is forgotten, that are the psychiatric patient. This is a project that we did in Palestine for the Italian corporation, and together with the mental health department of Trieste. I mean, Trieste is well known for the process of liberation of the mental health patient run in the late 70s by this genius that was called Franco Basaglia. So there has been a strong link between the psychiatric hospital of Bethlehem and the mental health department of Trieste to try to break the wall and to start a process where the psychiatric hospital is not anymore a jail, where there is the hospital is something where people can get in, the patient can get out. And so it's this idea of breaking the wall. So this is the hospital. It's a hospital built at the beginning of the century. We were asked to make a very small project. This is our house. It was the house of one of the doctor. And we were asked to design this place to be the seed for this breaking of the wall. This comes from also the project that has been developed by Franco Basaglia in the psychiatric hospital in Trieste, that was to create the cooperative of mental health people and to open a bar, a community center, a cultural center that's called Posto delle Fragole. So in this small building, we were asked first to break the wall, so to open the hospital to the community. This will be a small cafeteria, there will be a theater, there will be a guest house, there will be a place where they do the artisanal work. So of course, then we come to the design, but this, when we talk of inclusion, of course, I try to show to you something that is, I mean, the psychiatric issue are always put in behind the society, and especially in this kind of community. Normally and quite often, the psychiatric patient are just put in the hospital and then they stay in the hospital, like it was in Italy 20 years ago. So I think that this is a good example of how we can interact and also get the good experience that has been done somewhere in the world and try to develop together in a place where this experience have to be still to be developed. Of course, going back to the design again, a big attention to the passivity of the building, so to try to use the shading system they use in Bethlehem to create this path to enter to the building and to shade part of the building. But of course, again, the photovoltaic, you see it on the left. The picture is there is not a tree, so don't worry. There is not shaded, but photovoltaic is a crucial part of the project, because with the photovoltaic we are giving total autonomy to the complex, to the activity. And as you know, this is a big issue in Palestine. And so the idea that they can be completely off grid, because as you know, electricity and energy, it's a political issue. So we want to be out for this and to give the chance to these people to be somehow out of this war. So the idea that this building is giving a community, is helping the cooperative to grow. There is a place where people can meet. There is a theater. There is a place where people can stay. It comes also on the idea that it can be completely autonomous in terms of water, because of course now we are focusing on energy, but a big part of our work is concentrate on giving autonomy in terms of water. So this allows also the patient to work also during the day and the night, to have machinery and to improve their capacity of producing and to have a work, because basically the liberation of the psychiatric patient comes from the capacity to work, or of having a life. And this is the last project. This is I would say the project of heart. You know, there are some things that just come from that comes in your life and are changing your life. This is a very small project that we develop in a remote village in Senegal. The interesting thing of this project that we have been called by the diaspora, the Senegalese diaspora, to work together with them to improve this idea of eco-village. I mean, this has been an extraordinary experience of exchanging knowledge between North and South. And basically the project came from this community that have been very active. We did almost 4 months of workshop trying to focus what were the relevant part of this project. And the focus that came out has been the idea that to improve the quality of life in this remote area, and also to prevent the people on the need of going to live in a big city or to come to the Western country, is the first brick is to have a proper house, to have a place where they can have decent lives in terms of facility of water, cooking, electricity, and bathroom, and so on. So the project that came from this workshop is concentrate on this central core, that is the technical core. So the idea is that the central core, where we have a tank for the water harvesting, the photovoltaic, the switch treatment, can be something that can be developed also in a self-construction. So this was just the idea of giving a service room. So this is the first result. It's a very small building, and we succeed in finding the money to realize a community house. So the community house is going to be the prototype on this idea of creating this technical system. This community house, and I like very much this picture, and probably for the people that have been the great chance to be in Africa, sometimes in the remote area, a light is something that is incredible. So the idea that this building is a light in the darkness, because in this village there was no electricity at all. Now they start to develop some photovoltaic in the last 2-3 years, so it's the good news. So this building has become a place that, as you can see, this very basic photovoltaic batteries and inverter, but has become a place where they can charge the phone cell, sorry. And by the way, this is giving a bit incomes to the cooperative that is running the community house, but it's linking, it's creating communication, and the house has become a place where in the night they can meet, the children can study, they can have training. Then the project that has been developed later on is also this the training with the computer. So there is a big the possibility to be linked with the rest of the world. I don't know if it's a good thing or the bad thing. I think it's a good thing, but let's talk about. So this is an example how somehow a building and energy can be a place to generate the seeds of democracy. And closing up with this picture, and I hope I made clear that my goal that was try to share with you something more than the technical part, because somehow, in my view, photovoltaic energy is a dream about the future. So I think that if you are expert of photovoltaic, you have a great task that is not just providing energy, but to be linked with this process that are extraordinary process that are a message for the future. Thank you very much.
I thank Raul Pantaleo very much. I'm very proud that I'm Italian and also Raul is Italian. So we could finally show in this World Conference the Italian excellence all around the world. So really, thank you so much. Also for the last sentence about energy, which is a dream for the future. I think we all share, we all who supported this event and I mean, the ones who work in this area since several years, we really believe that that's it true. In fact, you can see here energy landscapes that connect. We think that energy is in reality something that connects. So again, thank you for your precious contribution, especially because it happens only seldom to see something realized here in this kind of conference in a beautiful way. So I'm also, I would like to remember that one of the slogans of Gino Strada was scandalously beautiful for the hospitals which were realized in very poor areas, in war areas and so on. And I think you were able to really honor this sentence from Gino Strada. So again, thank you so much, Raul. So now I would like to invite Vincent Kitio on the podium. So he's the chief of the Urban Energy Unit of the United Nations, the UN Habitat, and as a background, he is also an architect. So we stick on architecture. And Vincent will guide us through this session chaired by UN Habitat about the potential for photovoltaics in Africa. I think we could not have a better start than the presentation from Raul to see how much some problems which are already very urgent in Africa are becoming also our problems because we are in Mediterranean climate, so a kind of climate which is becoming more and more similar to extreme climate. So I think it's also very interesting to see how in other countries are experiencing the use of agrivoltaics or are thinking of experiences. So I also thank Vincent Kitio for being so much collaborative and supportive, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. I just want to start by thank you very much and the organizer of this very important event for inviting UN Habitat to be part of it. I have to say that Raul has made a very good introduction. I will just follow that introduction. I will just follow through that part. You mentioned that energy is life. When you have life, when you have energy, means that you have life. In fact, child mortality is very high where there is not energy. Life expectancy is high where there is a lot of energy. And places where you have no energy, you have not hope. And this is clear. And I like those photovoltaic where you're actually showing how they're trying to stop the penetration of photovoltaic by the bullets, because it is indeed liberation, freedom. I know what I'm talking about. Without solar energy, without energy, you cannot pump water. Therefore, we can say that energy is life. Water is life, but you need that energy to pump water. You need that energy for education. You even need that energy for the election. You need energy to communicate the result. You need energy for communication. Therefore, it is very, very important. This topic is really key. If we want to fight poverty, we need to invest in energy generation. I always ask myself, why are we not doing this before? Why are we not investing a lot on energy? We are talking about many other things, but we are not investing a lot of energy. Because the presentation you will see from me, from the mayor of Milan, and also from our colleague from FAO that are promoting food security, green city. It's all about putting in first the energy generation. And this is really important. So I'm pleased to be here to facilitate this session that we are going to have. Before starting the session, I will just want to give an introduction of what UN Habitat has been doing, and also to sort of set the stage on the potential of agrivoltaic in the African cities. Agrivoltaic is a new concept, but when you look at it clearly, it's not that new. It has been around for quite some time, only that we were not trying to put them together. But it is also a revolutionary tool that can actually bring two things that are very important: energy, it can bring water, it can bring food, it can bring hope to community, to places where energy is not there. So just to say that UN Habitat is a city agency. It's one of the United Nations organization that is mandated to promote cities, to promote sustainable city, to promote adequate shelter for all. So I really like very much what Raul was presenting about housing and cities. City today consume basically most of the energy that are generated. It is estimated that 75% of total national energy is consumed in city alone. And therefore just the remaining is consumed in rural area. And then when you look at the buildings, we also realize that our modern buildings are very high energy consumer. They consume on average globally 40%. And most of the time they consume that because they are poorly designed. They are not designed according to the local climate. They are not designed using local material that we saw on Raul's presentation. We are also seeing what is happening in Africa, the rapid population growth that is actually driving the demand for energy. And they are not only increasing the demand of energy, but are also asking for more resources like land, water, material, food, and other services. But at the same time, we are also experiencing, and this is generally speaking in the African context, that the rising of energy demand is estimated between 6 to 8% annual energy demand due to the population growth, due to the economic growth, and due to the demand for other sectors. But at the same time, the supply is very low, only 2%. Annually. So that's why we are seeing in most of African cities power rationing, power blackouts. In some places, they have a record of power blackouts whereby they have power interruption that can even last 2-3 days. Just imagine a small business that is relying on electricity that is not connected for 2-3 days. That is really very, very, very difficult to continue. The other point, when you look at the population that are in cities, in sub-Saharan Africa, 40% of the people do not have access to a reliable energy, meaning that their energy is intermittent. And most of the time, they are using firewood for cooking, they are using kerosene for lighting, candle, and when there is electricity, they also spend more of their income on energy, on electricity. That's why we call them energy poor. On one end, when you have energy, you need also to promote energy efficiency. And what we are seeing in most of the place, even the little energy that they are having, they are wasting that energy in inefficient appliances and inefficient practices. Which the biggest inefficient practices or appliances that we have are modern building in sub-Saharan Africa, in developing world. You can also see this in Dubai, in many other developing countries where they are just copying the architecture from the West, thinking that that architecture is beautiful, but at the same time, they are wasting a lot of energy. And it is estimated that between 20 to 30% of energy is wasted in building alone. And then when we look at also urban planning, where there is no proper planning, there is also a lot of wastage of time, energy, and so on, and other resources. And when we look at also the type of the roads that we have in African cities, or not only in African city, also in other city, we realize that basically because of the lack of roads, there are also a lot of energy wasted. They spend a lot of money importing oil from the country that are producing, and then they waste it in traffic jam. So we need to promote energy efficiency, energy demand management in whatever we are doing. Yes, at the same time, why we see that there is no energy, there is poor efficiency in the energy we are having, but we also see that these places have a lot of potential. There are, in fact, a lot of potential in terms of human resource, in terms of natural resources, and also in terms of climatic zone. Because you can only, photovoltaic can only be very effective where you have a lot of solar energy in place. So we see in this country, we have a lot of untapped renewable energy resources, being water, being solar, being wind, biomass, water, and geothermal. And then the other point, which is also very important, which also make photovoltaic possible, is that we have been seeing for the last 10 years, the decrease in the price of photovoltaic. So it's making now possible to do many things that were not possible some year back. In fact, the cost of 1 watt of solar energy has passed from $10 US in at the beginning of 2000. We are now talking about less than 30 cents a dollar for 1 watt. So you can see that there have been a lot of progress in that, and we project that this is going to the price is going to reduce as we progress. But at the same time, one other element which is also important to mention are the policy, are the global advocacy. The fact that climate change is around has also mobilized the community to develop a climate action plan, to develop energy plan for energy access. In fact, the SDG that was mentioned here, SDG 7, is on energy access, which is very important. This was not there before. Before the 20s, nobody was talking about any decision related to energy. So this is very important. Yes, we at Habitat, what do we really do on the daily basis? We try to identify those key issues that can improve the living condition of people. For example, promote basic services in cities, helping local authority to better plan for their city, identify those gaps and address them. We do that through development of tools. I like very much the reference that Raul was mentioning about, we are not here to build houses, but we are here to develop a tool so that we can give you that tool so that you can build other houses. Just to give you an example, Africa today needs 150 million houses if they are to remove all the people that are living in informal settlement. And to do that, you cannot just come and build 1,000, 2,000 houses. You need to involve national government with tools so that they can do that work themselves. And therefore, that is the type of work that we do. We develop tools, so we help them to help themselves. We are doing the urban energy that which I'm heading at the UN Habitat. We develop tools, we promote advocacy, and we also develop project, demonstration project because the best thing you can show someone is to show the person how to do, and then also how the things look like, and they will follow. So I have mentioned about the poor access on energy in Africa, the fact that in African cities, the fact that they are always looking at alternative sources, but sometimes they are very expensive. And also the fact that the economy is increasing very much. I just also wanted to say that we are already seeing some sort of attempt in municipality trying to adopt renewable energy. And the reason why we are here today talking about agri-photovoltaic is because we see it as one of integrated tools that can address several needs at the same time, being energy needs, being food, being water, being also job creation, because the moment you are generating electricity, you can actually create more energy. So on this panel, on this picture, you can see what Rwanda did some time back, where they were looking for a lot of land to build a solar plant of 6 MW. And then below it, you can see an example of agrovoltaic, whereby solar panels are put in the roof, and then under it, coffee are growing under it. So basically, when you look at the picture above, there is no agricultural practice below the solar panel. So all that land has been just put aside. Several hectares of land, arable land, are not being used. But below, you can actually see that the same land can actually be used, not just for generating electricity, but also for producing income activity. So there is need to promote this type of technology and many other technology that Raul mentioned related to the housing, related to the combination of using locally available resources to build houses that are more environmentally friendly. So that was just the introduction of the panel that we are going to have now. We will be starting this panel with Her Excellency Henriette Patrick Tomaino and Damjoya, which is the mayor of one of the historical city in Cameroon. She will present the situation, the energy situation of the city of Fuman, and then she will also give a statement on what is her expectation from this conference. After the presentation of the mayor, we will also have our colleague from the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, in Rome, Guido Santini and Irini Malsogulu, will also make a presentation explaining how FAO is promoting food security in cities using renewable energy, and with particular focus also on solar energy. They will make a presentation on our agri-food system and energy needs and in the urban context. And last not least, we'll have a good friend of mine, Degjan Bos, who is an agro-voltaic expert. He has been doing that since 2008. We actually met at the United Nations General Assembly once in New York, where he was presenting the work he was doing in Thailand. And I thought that it will be good to also see what he has been doing, not only in Thailand, but also to explore because he also is now also trying to introduce the technology in the African context. So without further ado, I would like to, I don't know whether the mayor is online. I don't know the technician, if we can allow her to make her presentation. Madam Mayor, if you are hearing us, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Vincent Kitio. Merci beaucoup à Madame la Présidente de la Conférence mondiale de l'énergie photovoltaïque pour nous permettre de présenter le potentiel photovoltaïque de la ville de Fumban. Voilà, donc, j'attends les images pour les commenter. Voilà, vous avez une première photo du maire heureux. C'était en fin d'année 2021. Nous venions d'avoir les 110 poteaux solaires qui éclairent désormais un axe essentiel de la ville de Fumban.
S'il vous plaît, Madame le maire, s'il vous plaît, I just want to, can we proceed in French or do you want me to just make a small presentation, a small translation? So we can proceed. OK. Je vous en prie, vous pouvez continuer.
Merci. Donc, je présentais les 110 poteaux déjà solaires que nous avons reçus en fin 2021 dans la ville de Fumban sur l'axe principal qui a fait le bonheur des populations. Donc, grâce à ces poteaux photovoltaïques, nous pouvons aujourd'hui à Fumban assurer la sécurité sur un axe important de la ville. Merci. Prochain. Je vais vous présenter la vidéo de la ville de Fumban qui se trouve à l'ouest du Cameroun dans le département du Noun. C'est une commune qui a aujourd'hui plus de 250 000 habitants avec 4 pôles principaux. Aujourd'hui, à Fumban, nous avons un fort taux de population de 78% qui vit dans la zone urbaine. Plus de 76% de la population a moins de 60 ans. Donc, plus de la moitié a entre 17 et 35 ans. Les enjeux de déforestation, comme vous le voyez, sont très importants. Nous avons perdu plus de 2000 hectares de forêt parce qu'aujourd'hui, nos populations sont toujours dans le mode d'utilisation du bois de chauffe et de l'utilisation du bois pour l'artisanat. Les équipements utilitaires restent précaires à Fumban. Comme vous le voyez, les feux de brousse sont très récurrents et aggravent la désertification. Nous avons, avec les femmes qui sont les plus nombreuses, mis sur pied un projet pour réduire la déforestation, comme vous le voyez ici, avec la production des foyers améliorés. Avec cette forte destruction de la nature, les pluies deviennent rares et la population qui est essentiellement agricole a des problèmes de production du maïs, des haricots, des produits de subsistance. On a entrepris la reforestation avec plusieurs projets. Donc, la commune a plus de 6 forêts communales aujourd'hui. et nous encourageons tous les habitants à planter des arbres. Ce que je dois aussi mentionner, ce sont les enjeux topographiques. La commune de Fumban est située dans les grass fields, à une altitude de 1200, et il y a de glissement de terrain. Nous avons enregistré la semaine dernière un fort taux de glissement de terrain. Et voilà aussi les enjeux environnementaux de traitement et de collecte des déchets ménagers. Nous sommes actuellement avec un programme qui nous permet d'avoir une stratégie concertée de gestion de nos déchets. Et pour cela, nous sensibilisons tous les habitants dans tous les quartiers parce que la mairie n'a pas assez de moyens ni de personnel pour entreprendre l'assainissement dans tous les quartiers. Et donc, nous faisons avec la mobilisation de toutes les populations. Nous avons également aujourd'hui un projet de mini-centrale hydroélectrique parce que moins de 10% de la population a accès à l'eau. Et donc, grâce à cette construction de mini-centrale, nous espérons augmenter l'énergie dans la ville et pouvoir faire en sorte que les châteaux d'eau puissent fonctionner pour donner de l'eau dans les bonnes fontaines dans les différents quartiers. Donc voilà les images du lac municipal, qui est un espace à l'entrée de la ville de Fumban que nous espérons transformer. En tout cas, merci beaucoup d'avoir pu voir ces images de la ville de Fumban. Next.
S'il vous plaît, Madame le maire, j'aimerais un peu traduire un peu ce que vous la présentation qui vient d'être faite. I would like to just give you a short translation on what Madame Mayor has just presented. She started by showing 110 solar street lights that was donated to the municipality, and she was very happy because the city was having a lot of problem of insecurity at night. It was very dark. And she mentioned that the city has 250,000 citizens, where the majority of the citizens have less than 35 years old. The more than 50% are between, more than 60% are between 17 to 35 years old. So meaning that the population is really young. She mentioned that the city has lost almost 2,000 hectares of forest because of people are looking for firewood for cooking because of cooking using very poor stoves. That's why the city is now promoting the use of improved cook stove, efficient stove. And she also mentioned that the search of firewood for cooking, it's really pushing high desertification. And that's why they have started a big program on afforestation, and they are planting trees so as to prevent the loss of forest. They are also creating new forest. And then she mentioned that the city also have a problem with topography because they have a lot of landslide, which affect also the people, the environment. And towards the end, she mentioned that the city is not properly equipped. That's why they have very equipment on waste management. and they are involving the population to be used in promoting that. And she mentioned that at the moment they are doing a rehabilitation of a small river, a small hydropower that will increase water access in the cities, because at the moment they have only 10%, less than 10% of the population are connected to the electricity. So, and the mini hydropower will also help the city, will also increase energy access of the city. So, so that is what was mentioned in the video. So, Madame le maire, s'il vous plaît, vous pouvez continuer avec votre présentation.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kitio. Je voudrais juste mentionner que, en fait, les 110 poteaux solaires n'ont pas été donnés à la ville. La ville de Fumban a décidé de prendre les 100 millions de francs CFA de dotation générale de la décentralisation pour investir dans ces poteaux solaires parce que c'était crucial, c'était vital pour la population. Donc, nous avons préféré, l'année dernière, prendre toute cette dotation pour mettre sur l'énergie parce que c'était vital pour l'axe principal. Voilà. Donc, nous avons aussi eu beaucoup de chance cette année parce que la Convention des maires pour le climat et l'énergie a permis à la ville de Fumban d'identifier des projets potentiels d'énergie solaire. Et donc, nous avons reçu une équipe qui a séjourné 2 fois à Fumban. Comme vous le voyez dans le tableau, le travail consistait pour cette équipe à identifier les secteurs, les écoles, les hôpitaux, les bâtiments publics qui pouvaient éventuellement pouvoir être fournis en énergie solaire. Prochain. Je ne sais pas si vous pouvez traduire aussi, Monsieur Kitio, mais okay. En tout cas, nous avons un énorme potentiel photovoltaïque comme l'équipe de la GIZ qui supportait cette équipe a pu démontrer, comme le montrent les conditions climatiques de Fumban. Fumban est dans une zone tampon entre le centre et le nord du pays. C'est pour ça que notre climat est délicat parce qu'il faut lutter contre la désertification qui peut venir du nord et en même temps, on est limitrophe avec le centre qui a un climat plutôt de type de forêt.
Okay, just to mention that the mayor was saying that the 110 solar panel was actually bought by the municipality using the municipality budget. It was not a donation because the issue of insecurity was really a big problem for the city. That's why she decided to do that. And then at the same time, this year, the global covenant of the sub-Saharan covenant of mayor for climate and for energy and climate assisted the municipality to identify the potential of solar energy, and that could be used to increase the energy security of the cities. Yes.
Voilà, merci.
And then she also presented that the city being in the transition between the northern climate, which is very hot, and also the southern climate that is humid, they also have a huge potential of solar energy there. Okay, merci. À vous, madame.
Merci, monsieur Kitio. Donc, les sites qui ont fait l'objet des études étaient les sites administratifs. L'équipe a vu des potentiels en énergie utilisés par la mairie de Fumban, la préfecture de Fumban. Prochain. Next. Et évidemment, l'hôpital de district a été visité. La prison centrale aussi a été visiter, qui sont les bâtiments civiques importants de la ville. Et nous avons eu d'autres, la maison de la culture que vous voyez qui est en pleine réhabilitation a été aussi étudié, le potentiel d'utilisation en énergie. Next. Et les types de technologies qui ont été préconisées étaient celles que vous voyez. On a pensé qu'il pouvait y avoir des fixations du photovoltaïque sur les toitures ou évidemment au sol. Next. Ce qui est important aussi à souligner, c'est que la situation énergétique de la ville est que 73% des populations, on affiche qu'ils sont connectés au réseau Eneo. Néanmoins, il y a de fortes coupures d'électricité. Et donc, la grande majorité des populations ainsi et les nouveaux quartiers restent desservis. Et donc, on n'a pas d'énergie électrique aujourd'hui vraiment disponible, que ce soit dans les maisons d'habitation ou que ce soit dans les bâtisses administratives. Et du point de vue économique, cela est très négatif parce que Fumban reste un grenier agricole qui ne passe pas au secteur secondaire et tertiaire parce qu'il n'y a pas d'usine de transformation où il n'y a pas d'usine de conservation des aliments et les populations malheureusement ne peuvent pas vraiment se développer parce qu'il n'y a pas d'outils justement parce qu'il n'y a pas d'énergie. Moins de 10% de la population, comme je le disais, a accès à l'eau potable dans les maisons. Et il y a malheureusement qu'en termes d'attractivité, le secteur tertiaire des banques hésite à s'implanter à Fumban parce que l'école, l'hôpital ou le lotissement urbain ne permet pas l'installation des populations fonctionnaires, étant donné que Fumban est la capitale du département du Nondon. Tout cela parce que l'énergie ne suffit pas pour entretenir tous ces infrastructures et tous ces besoins vitaux. Voilà pourquoi, pour nous, il est important de renforcer les capacités de la décentralisation. Les lois sont importantes dans notre pays parce qu'aujourd'hui, Fumban, c'est une ville intermédiaire, 350 000 populations, capitale du département du Noun. Les lois aujourd'hui permettent à des villes de pouvoir développer des énergies modernes, mais il faut que ce soit clair le rôle entre l'État central et les communes, parce qu'on a des tests de la décentralisation, mais qui ne sont pas clairs, qui ne donnent pas vraiment la force aux villes au niveau local de pouvoir prendre leurs responsabilités en main. Et j'avoue que le discours du premier exposé de M. Raoul tout à l'heure nous a tellement appris, parce que dans le fond, si au niveau local, les mairies qui sont l'émanation de la volonté des populations n'ont pas le pouvoir de pouvoir implanter l'énergie qu'il faut pour que les populations puissent vivre à l'hôpital, à l'école, pour le développement, il y a un réel problème de développement. Donc, pour nous, il faut clarifier et donner la possibilité, transférer de façon claire les compétences au niveau local parce que le développement part de la localité. Et tant qu'au niveau local, on n'a pas permis aux communes, aux collectivités décentralisées de pouvoir prendre des initiatives pour gérer l'énergie, pour produire l'énergie et pour dénicher les endroits où il faut pour que les populations puissent bénéficier de cette énergie pour vivre normalement, je pense qu'il y aura un problème. C'est pour ça que vous voyez le rôle ambigu de l'autorité locale dans la gestion de l'énergie, NEX, et nous pensons que à la fin, l'idéal serait d'avoir la locomotive qui est l'autorité locale, les communes, les collectivités décentralisées. Donc, il y a un effort à faire au niveau de législation dans notre pays pour renforcer les capacités des collectivités territoriales données, des communes, parce que c'est à elles que les populations font confiance et les populations sont mobilisées, les populations vont participer d'autant plus qu'elles vont savoir qu'elles sont partie prenante dans leur développement. Donc, je remercie beaucoup Monsieur Kitio de ONU Habitat pour la visite qu'il a effectuée à Fumban. Il a vécu tout ce que nous présentons ici. Je remercie l'opportunité de cette grande assise de la conférence mondiale du photovoltaïque. Nous ignorions qu'il y avait une telle importante assise et nous demandons à tous de pouvoir renforcer les études qui ont été faites par la GIZ pour qu'à Fumban, on puisse expérimenter le photovoltaïque parce qu'on en a vraiment besoin. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame le maire. Merci pour le temps. Merci aussi pour l'effort parce que, let me just speak in English. I just want to thank you very much for the very good presentation, Your Worship, the Mayor. Thank you for your time because a mayor of a big city like Fumban, you have a lot of activity in your office. Just to give a summary of what you just say, you say that the city of Fumban is the majority of the population involved in agriculture, but the 73% of the citizens are connected to the electricity, but electricity is not there, and this is really a big issue. Because majority of the population are involved in agriculture, they cannot transform or conserve their food because they have not energy. At the same time, you also mentioned that some of the private sectors that would like to come and invest in the city are not coming because electricity is not reliable, and this is not good for the city development. But you mentioned one thing that is very important. You say that photovoltaic alone, the technology alone is not enough. You need an enabling policy. You need to have a policy in place where the local authority are involved in the decision-making so that because they are in contact with the population, and then they can choose what type of energy, what type of technology is better for them for the transformation and the development of their city. We are not just talking about technology, but we should also put emphasis on the regulation. You mentioned that there are regulations in place, decentralized regulation, but those regulations are not clear. So it is important to really have a good policy in place. So thank you very much for that presentation. I would like to now give the floor to Guido from FAO, so that he can also make a presentation on the work of FAO in terms of promoting energy and food security in African city. Guido?
Yes.
Yes, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you so much, and good morning to everybody. Yes, I'm Guido Santini. I'm an officer at FAO and the Plant Production and Protection Division, and I'm here with my colleague Irini Malsoglu, that is an energy expert in the Climate and Energy Division, and she will introduce herself. Yeah, today we is Vincent, any problem?
No, I'm just the presentation. I just want to. It's not load on the system.
Shall I share my screen? Maybe it's easier if I share my screen.
Yes, given that we are, yes, just share your screen, given that we are also out of time.
Yeah.
Guido, shall I quickly say a couple of words as well while you
Yes,
load?
please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Irini Maltsoglu. I'm also a Natural Resources Officer at FAO and currently coordinating the energy team in FAO. So thank you very much for the meeting.
Okay, so I think, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the idea of having a joint presentation, because I'm not an energy expert, I'm an urban expert, and we were trying to converge and combine these two domains. And of course, understanding the linkages between agriculture, urbanization, and energy is key. Just in this presentation, I would like to give you an overview of what are the relevance of agriculture at global level, agriculture in cities, and the energy needs for cities and agriculture. So we, of course, it's important to see some numbers now regarding the food insecurity at global level, which it's been estimated in 2020, and of course the COVID has worsened these figures of over 8 million people at global level. At the same time, agriculture is quite energy intensive activity and also water intensive activity, and 70% of global fresh water is used by agriculture. And from an energy point of view, 30% of the global energy is consumed by the agri-food systems. At the same time, almost 800 million people don't have access to energy. This is a figure from a couple of years ago, but a still valid one. In terms of urban agriculture is becoming more and more important, and we estimate that about 260 million households at global level involved in crop production in cities. There's an estimation of more than 50% of urban households in Africa are somehow involved in urban agriculture. Unfortunately, there are no official statistics, so we are still dealing with the estimates. Similarly, the global farm area in urban areas is more than 60 million hectares now, and 60% of land is irrigated in a radius of 20 kilometers around cities. So cities are more and more facing different challenges due to urbanizations, to climate change, and now other typological shocks like COVID and of course socioeconomic shocks like the war in Ukraine that has been somehow impactful on city and especially on food security of urban citizens. And of course, at the same time, cities, they have a strong impact on environment and on if you consider the figures, as we mentioned, the world food supply is 70% of the world supply is consumed by cities, and 80% of the global energy is absorbed by cities as well. In terms of greenhouse gases, cities produce 70% of emissions. Vincent, I think, mentioned this figure as well. And also 30% of emissions are produced by the food sector. So it's also important to understand the linkages between energy, water, and food, and FAO has been working a lot on defining this and advocating and working with governments to better understand and define the linkages between water, food, and energy. And this also implies reformulating and rethinking policies and mechanisms to scale up actions in the ground. In terms of urban agriculture, it's also important to understand that it's a powerful tool for urban citizens to contribute to food security and nutrition, but at the same time, it's a quite energy intensive activity, given the need for irrigation, but also for energy, for cooling. If you think about greenhouses, vertical farms, hydroponics, aquaponics, they are all energy intensive. And of course, there is a new energy model that have to be rethought and promoted. I think I will stop here, and Irini will go through a bit on what FAO does and some examples from the ground. Thank you.
Guido, you have one more slide.
Okay, so yes, this is my slide still, but I wanted to introduce one of the flagship initiative that FAO has launched 2 years ago and is trying to promote a more integrated support to cities in meeting different goals from food security, nutrition, but at the same time being more resilient to climate shocks and promote a model of circular economy in their development and urban development objectives. The main approach of the Green Cities Initiative is to integrate urban agriculture, food systems, and forestry into planning and actions for cities. And the main purpose is to provide a more integrated support to cities to integrate these 3 dimensions and promote more integrated and holistic actions in the ground. Now I leave the floor to Irini.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of what FAO does for energy, we have the Energy Smart Food Program of FAO, and what we look at specifically is the energy needs throughout agri-food systems on an agri-food chain. So just to give you a bit of a background of where exactly energy gets positioned. Now, as we know, agri-food systems, they are undergoing the impacts of climate change, but in 2 ways. On the one hand, agri-food systems contribute to climate change, but on the other, they're also impacted by climate change. So what we try and do at FAO is actually to try and set up or bring in innovation so that the agri-food systems can be part of the solutions for climate change, with the overarching aim to deliver food security and agriculture development. Now, a key element in this is obviously the energy dimension, both in terms of being an enabler for agri-food systems, so looking at access to energy and energy diversity across agri-food systems, but also as a way of energy being produced out of agri-food systems. The approach obviously needs to integrate natural resources and water resources throughout. So this is a multidisciplinary approach that integrates the various dimensions within the assessment. In terms of areas of work, we look at agri-food chains, so energy needs within those and energy that can be produced from those. Cold chains is a very important topic, very relevant also for the urban context. Food loss and waste, again, a lot of synergies and overlaps with the urban context. The previous speaker, the mayor from Cameroon, was in fact referring to the huge amount of waste that is generated within the urban context. Then humanitarian and urban settings, so assessing agri-food chain and energy interlinkages within that. And very importantly, trying to find solutions that can work within the agri-food systems. Next, please. So what does this mean in very practical terms? Next, please. Now, we look at the agri-food chain that obviously goes from inputs and production, aggregation and storage, processing, marketing and distribution, and consumption. So we start by specifying what the particular agri-food chain that we are looking at looks like, how it is structured, what elements it has to this. And you can see how, again, this overlaps with the urban settings, because part of this could be out of an urban setting and part of it could be within. At each stage of the chain, next please. Next please. Yeah, just maybe click through. Yeah, at each stage of the chain, we need to understand what level of energy is needed. So this could be, for example, at the levels of inputs and production, energy for fertilizer and pesticides, energy for electricity production in the form of diesel, up to looking at marketing and distribution. It can be energy for cooling, and again for electricity production, for branding, sorting, packaging, and so on. Now, it's very important to understand what type of energy is needed at each level of the value chain, so as to be very specific in terms of energy intervention needs, because these vary by stage of the chain, and also they can vary in terms of whether the chain does currently have access, so if it's an issue of diversifying energy, or whether there are energy gaps that then hinder the performance of the agriculture sector. And as we can see, again, this would overlap in terms of the urban settings, because there can be resources that could be used within this chain for production of energy, or there can be also energy conditions that are hampering an efficient performance of the agri-food chain within the urban setting. Next, please. Okay, just to give you a bit of a sense of what a practical example would look like. Next, please. So we looked at the case of Uzbekistan. What we start with is the selection of the key agriculture crops in the country. In this specific case, wheat is one of the primary agri-food chains, then followed by alfalfa, horticulture, and dairy. And as you see, again, although the production might be in the fields, then the consumption is at urban level, or some of the production could also be on urban outskirts then for urban consumption. But what needs to be understood is then how renewable energy can come into these value chains, so as to make them more efficient and perform better, and also produce higher level products. So for this case, we looked at solar energy. You can see a solar map there showing which areas have high irradiation of solar energy, and we overlapped the several elements of the analysis. Next slide, please.
Okay.
And just to give you a bit of a sense of what the analysis shows and the type of results. So we looked both at solar-based equipment, and we also looked at solar-based electricity production within the specifics of each value chain. So for example, for wheat, what really came up prominently would be the need of solar-based irrigation because of the need of high levels of water and the energy required for the irrigation systems. And secondly, also solar-based mills that came up as a gap and something that could be solar-based. For horticulture, very important, and we're finding this throughout several settings currently, would be the need for cold storages. So solar-powered cold storages could be brought in to support the horticulture sector, and also paired up with the solar energy potential. And again, for dairy, solar-powered milk cold storages could be a solution that could work, and that could support the production of the dairy products within the dairy value chain in Uzbekistan. Next, please. I think that's it, actually.
Thank you very much, Irene. Thank you very much for the presentation. Basically, I think we are seeing the potential, the need for energy for life, like for improving the living condition of people in cities. We saw how the energy is a driver of the economy, is driver of food process. We are talking about the different value change in the food processing, in the agriculture, and then we see that in all aspects, energy is key there. I just also wanted to mention that with FAO, we are working on the Green City initiative approach that they have put in place in one of the city in Burkina Faso, Bobo Dioulasso, where we are trying to see how we can promote a recycling activity, because 65% of waste that are collected are organic waste. So this waste can be transformed into compost that can also be used in agriculture, in food production, and this is very important. But at the same time, we are also talking about afforestation, greening the cities, planting trees. So again, it's all combined. The nexus is really there. Thank you very much, Guido and Iri, for this very important presentation. I wish now to give the floor to Dec to share with us the experience, the more than 20 years experience in these sectors of photovoltaic. So Dec, the floor is yours. You can start by introducing yourself while the technical team puts your presentation online.
Thank you very much, Vincent. I'm Dick Bos. I have been started the photovoltaic industry since 2006 as a developer of solar panels, being a chemist and a silicon engineer. And we were quickly involved with financing solar power plants in Asia and Africa, where local banks are unfortunately not an option. And through the World Bank, we get our first solar power plant financed in 2007 in Thailand. And being involved with the World Bank, more or less you are automatically being involved with United Nations. And then if you look at, the trouble what we have in Africa and Asia, we decided to develop an early stage agrivoltaic system, so we could produce food and use the land in full spectrum compared to, let's say, solar panels low at the ground. That was an experience. It didn't come by itself. Most greenhouses are developed in countries like Holland, where I'm coming from, the Netherlands, where it's all based on not too much light. And we developed that through that with the help of students from the university in Holland and Thailand. And I will go to, let's say, my presentation, and I will go over the design and over what you can expect with photovoltaic, which not many people are aware of and make many mistakes. And mistakes cost money, and that is just a pity. So as we said, solar panels, sun, and agriculture goes hand in hand. And there are quite a lot of advantages. Of course, you produce food, you produce energy, but think also about sharing the cost of photovoltaic and a greenhouse. You don't need to build two. So eventually, with an 4 or 5% additional cost compared to photovoltaic on the ground, you will establish both in a very economic way of producing both. Now you can have a greenhouse like in Holland, fully climate controlled, glass on all sides. But in most countries, like in Asia and in Africa, that is unaffordable. So you can also start a bit more economic way by just using solar panels at the roof, and on the north side you can just start with, for example, plastic. So light will be diffused, and you are still having no water within the greenhouse. And on the outside, you can, for example, choose not to use glass, but just mosquito screens, so the wind can pass through. And then, although it's not optimal, you have a very affordable way of designing a agrivoltaic greenhouse. But there are many, many ways of doing it. We have seen some pictures before where we have solar panels just on a higher level. We can have agrivoltaic systems with animals underneath. In this case, this is one of our experience we had in the north of Thailand, where we just had cows underneath the solar panels. And think about the advantages what you have with, let's say, normal farming. By having so many columns, you can have an electric fence around the column, and you can have your cows being grazed in logs. So in that case, you can start in one log, and when the grass is being eaten, you can just move them over to the next log. And the cost of an electric fence is being reduced because all the posts you have already. Secondly, in a system like this, for example, in Africa, is that by having a concentrated amount of cows underneath your solar panels, the droppings can be collected, and the droppings can be used can be used for fertilizer, not in the system itself or in the agrivoltaic system, but in the neighboring farmers, and that gives to both sides quite a good income. For example, at the moment of speaking, if you have a cubic meter of droppings that is being sold for 70 euros, and 70 euros is a lot of money for farmers, and it saves, of course, the energy we need to make artificial fertilizers. So secondly, there is most of the time no electricity for milking. So milking systems are now an opportunity to, because there is electricity from the solar panels. Third is, of course, cooling. We underestimate quite a lot that there is no cooling, but during the day you can just add a cooling system, and although in the night you don't have electricity, with a well-insulated cooling system, you can store the milk much longer, and that is also for vegetables and other, let's say, things you produce, which needs cooling for a longer storage. Then, like Vincent mentioned, you can have a very cheap way of doing agriculture in a photovoltaic agriculture way. In this case, you see pineapples at the bottom, and then coffee on the higher side. A big advantage of this is that you have a higher yield because the evaporation from the sun directly on the crop is being avoided. And in the case of pineapples, for example, the normal cycle is about the first time when you put it in the soil, 14 months. But in this system, that's been reduced to 12 months. And then when you collect the pineapple, which you can do basically 2 or 3 times, the next cycle is about 12 months. And in this system, that has been reduced to 9 months. So basically over the whole period of 3 years with one crop of pineapple, you can harvest 1 time extra. And that helps a lot, of course, for the income for the farmer. And then you need to be aware of where to put your crops. As you can see, here we have sun, here we have shadow, and shadow is perfect for the time that you are growing the crop, where the fruit is not being growing yet, and as soon as the crop is coming, you have to take care that you plant your vegetables in the way that when the sun is moving from summer to winter, it hits the crop when the fruit will be produced. So many mistakes are being made there, and I think it's well to mention that if you start a system like this or you want to try it out, that you not only think about what you plant, but also where it is needed at a certain time. So you need your vegetation. Then you can also think about vertical agriculture. In this case, you see berries, blueberries, which are growing. And also here is the same thing. Later on in my presentation, I will show you, the way of light which is being produced. But here you need to think about light on your crops, shadow from your solar panels, and where do you have your walkway. In this case, it's best in the shadow. You can also opt, of course, for a fully integrated greenhouse. Of course, if you want to have high yield production like tomatoes, what we have in Europe, where we produce about 11 kilos of tomatoes per square meter, this will work best, of course. There is no doubt about it that a full climate controlled greenhouse has the highest yield. And my experience with let's say a photovoltaic system in a fully integrated greenhouse is that you have to watch that your roof is not too long. In the existing, let's say, greenhouses, the span, what you have here is 12 meters. And when you have it full with solar panels like this, the actually light what's coming in the form of scattering light in your greenhouse is not enough. So also there is a warning that if you start to grow something, keep the bay here short, not longer than about 6 meters. So you got about 3.5 meters of solar panels, and on the north side you got you have glass or plastic or whatever you decide. And to show that, I just made a small sketch and work with you through designs and things which you need to be aware of if you start a system like this. So I just took Thailand, which is on 15 degrees longitude level. And as you can see, the sun is going to the winter situation and to the summer situation, and is farthest away in December and closest in June. And you try to become as close as possible with your solar panels on the longitude level of March and September. The other thing what you need to think of, like 15 degrees, or let's say if we come to the country where Vincent is living, Kenya, where the longitude level is just minus 1.5 degrees, is that you need to get your panels clean as well. And if you come to an optimum level of how to clean your solar panels, or when it's raining, it's going off quickly, then 22 degrees is the minimum level where dust is being removed automatically when it's raining. So although you can optimize your solar panels, I recommend out of experience that 22 degrees is really the minimum level of putting your solar panels. Then on the north side, you have quite a lot of light coming in. So if we take the situation from March, you can see the line here, 15 degrees, which hits the ground here. And from the solar panel where it's shadowed because the solar panel is taking the light out, you can see that the 15 degrees angle is here. So in this case, if you do crops on the soil, this will be lighted in the few months between March and April and May and let's say February. But if you want to have, for example, pineapples growing in a way that after 9 months, you want to have them in the full sun, so the pineapple develops, the fruit develops perfectly, you need to count that 9 months further, you need to be in the position of December. So it's better that you plant your pineapples in the position of December or close to December, or let's say here where it's going to be just a few weeks earlier on. So you got for about 2 months the sun fully hitting your crop. In that case, they are in the shadow during the 9 months of growing, and because the water is not evaporating through the sun, the plant grows faster and much more solid than in the normal situation where it's full in the sun. Then another thing is that if you want your greenhouse or your open system to be cooled, solar panels are hitting by the sun and easily reach 75 degrees Celsius temperature. Well, use that situation for cooling your crops. So if this is 75 degrees, you got, let's say, natural convection heat going out of your greenhouse. So take care that the heat can go out. Easily when you take care that the airflow is passing through, if the ambient temperature in the full sun is about 35 degrees, your temperature underneath is going down between 5 and 8 degrees. And crops like that. They don't like the full sun. So people from Africa and Asia understand that if you are walking outside and you want to have a conversation, you're just going to stand under a tree because that is not so hot as in the full sun. And so is that for vegetables, and so is that also for livestock. Livestock, you could see that cows will never let's say, stand here, but always stand in the shadow because it's just more comfortable. looking at this model and looking about artificial cooling. So if your crops are here vertically, try to get your cooling from underneath your crops. In places like, for example, Cameroon, where we have high humidity in Africa, you can also see that high humidity is a problem for most of the vegetation because the moisture is taking care that there's water on the leaves, and then you will get some yeast and those kind of things. And with a very simple trick, you can avoid it, and you can get rid of your high humidity within your greenhouse by just cooling artificially between your crops on this side of your solar of your greenhouse, and automatically this goes up by the natural convection, and it's going out of your system. And as hot air consists more water vapor than cool air, quite a lot of, let's say, humidity is being vented out of your greenhouse, and that gives you an optimal situation for your vegetation. Now, what can you expect? I was just mentioning pineapples, where you can have 4 cycles instead of 3 in the same period of, let's say, 2.5 to 3 years that the crop is growing.
We are running a little bit out of time. Yes, yeah. Maybe you can just go to the next slide.
Yeah.
But by the way, thank you very much for this illustration. It's really showing that a lot of things can be done in using this system.
Yeah.
So please proceed.
Yeah. So just to mention that agrivoltaic systems are very nice within Asia and Africa. I just put the situation here, for example, in Perugia in Italy, because the presentation is done in Milan. So I thought it was nice for people to understand. As you can see in Nairobi, we got quite a constant way of solar radiation, which is coming. And if you want to come to an optimal situation, you can just see that if your solar panels being placed south, it is perfectly done. But if we go to Italy, for example, where we can see in the winter, the radiation is very low, but just in the summer, it is very high. And as we can see here, that at the summertime, the sun comes up in the northeast and is going away in the northwest. After 6 o'clock, you can still have quite a lot of electricity in your greenhouse, so the pumps can run. And in this situation, you can easily decide, just to get your solar panels in an east-west situation and not in a north-south situation. And so I think in countries like Italy, agrivoltaic is also recommended. Then here an overview from if we take a fully integrated a greenhouse from 1 hectare of land, where we take care that 50% of this area, surface area, is full with solar panels. So you got on the south side 3.5 meters, on the north side you got nothing, and then you come to 50%, and you want to take care that you have 1.7 micromole per square meter on energy, so the crop can grow optimally. You can see that the energy you generate minus the energy you need for the most optimal lighting is that you still have quite a lot of energy left over, which you can use for other things. So even if you go to a greenhouse where you use a climate controlled system, you still have in Africa, in the countries close to the equator, about 85% surplus energy, which can be used for villages around and all kind of other needs. And if you go to Italy or to Holland, in Holland it's only 28% where I'm coming from, you can see that even in Italy, where farmers have no income, let's say in the south, or very little because it's too hot and there is no water, even in Italy, from Umbria towards the south, you have a surplus of 52% of energy. Then what can you expect when you have, because you are in a greenhouse and you concentrate your vegetables and depend on the system what you choose, you can save quite a lot on fertilizer. And fertilizer, as you know, with some to make artificial fertilizer, you can see that you need quite a lot of energy as well. And by using, for example, hydroponics, you can reduce the amount of fertilizer by more than 60%. If you use an ebb and flow system, you can reduce it up to about 40%. But even if you just do an open system, you reduce the fertilizer by about 30% because you can just water your vegetation exactly where it's needed instead of, watering the whole area. And so the fertilizer is being more consumed by the vegetation. Then going on water savings, water is a huge problem in Africa, a little bit less in Asia, except for countries like Pakistan and India. But in Africa, water is a big problem because there is no electricity. You cannot distribute with pumps your water clearly. But using the right system, you can save up to 95% of water in your greenhouse. So if you go to a hydroponic system, you can save 95% of the water. So with very little water, you can feed a lot of mouths. If you go to soil-based, because of less evaporation, you save about 15%. Then the yield.
But we have to.
I'm almost done.
Yes,
yeah.
no, because there are some participants. Yeah. Yes.
The yield is going up to more or less 50 and 90% if you use an agrivoltaic system. And of course, by using electricity, producing electricity, you save quite a lot of energy. Me being invited by Ban Ki-moon to come and work with the UN together to make a whole program for Africa. And that was my presentation. So I thank you very much. If you got more questions, here is my email address. So you can just send me all questions what you have. And I give the floor back to Vincent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beck, for this very insightful and technical and very informative presentation. You really show that agrivoltaic is not just something new, but it's really, there is the science, there is a technique behind it. The potential of it is huge. By the way, just to mention that we are being this event is being seen globally. I have a message from France, from South Africa, from Uganda, from Kenya, and also from Cameroon. One of the the participants from Uganda was asking if agrovoltaic can also be used in the urban setting. Of course, yes. Agrovoltaic is just a combination of energy generation from solar energy and also agriculture. So it can be used in public garden. It can also be used in private land within the city context, like we see greenhouse being also used in cities. I will also, for example, in Montreal, they have one big shopping center where they are actually producing their own food. They are producing 5% of the food need of the city, just on top of the roof, where they have greenhouse combined also with the solar system. So it is indeed possible. The other question, maybe that is for you. It was from Kenya, from Emmanuel. He was asking, what is the cost of a small agrovoltaic system? Perhaps you can ask that question later. I just want to open the floor. Apologies for taking a little bit more of your time, of your lunch time, but I thought that it was necessary to allow the mayor to really present, because she really did a good presentation. I mean, the effort she did to have that presentation together to present here was good. I wanted really to give her the chance, and just also to tell the mayor that yes, indeed, her request of having some demonstration in our city, it's being taken into consideration. Of course, we'll also get back to her. And so I would like to open the floor. If there is any question that you want to ask, please, the floor is now yours. Of course, the question can also be for Raul, because he started the presentation, and then between there was not break. So
maybe, Vincent, I would suggest to keep questions for the afternoon, when we will also have our two sponsors who can provide the technological solutions for the possible demonstrators in Africa. I would like to thank you again for bringing a country that normally is underrepresented, unfortunately, in this kind of conferences. So for showing all the potentialities for agrivoltaics in Africa, but also I think for having made the link with the local authorities, which is so much important. So the citizens' involvement was also mentioned several times during the different presentations. I think this is also very important to empower citizens for really desiring certain solutions and asking loudly what kind of energy they would like to have in their cities. So thank you again. And I also thank again Raul Pantaleo. I think he really brought inspiration and emotion. And also I would like to thank you as the chair of this 8th World Conference. So we are in a parallel event, but still in a World Conference. I think you really brought a very important message that I hope will stay also, let's say, in the mind of people who attended this event. So with this, I close this session. I thank again the attendances and also who is attending online. In the afternoon, we will have a session which is starting from Italy. How Italy can contribute to the use of photovoltaics and agrivoltaics worldwide. I think we can contribute with our background, so with our culture, a kind of approach which is very complex to any kind of a problem. So we have seen this morning potentialities and many challenges. In the afternoon, we will see barriers, potentialities for photovoltaics and agrivoltaics, and some possible visions for our future. So thank you so much. Before, I don't know, Angela is not here. Ah, she's here. So Angela, I would like to take the occasion to thank Angela Grassi and the team of ETA Florence. Normally, Angela doesn't like to be mentioned, doesn't like to be visible, but she's in the background stage, always supporting everything, and everything is always very smooth thanks to her. See you later. So I welcome you back to this afternoon session of Photovoltaics Forums Landscapes 2022 edition. We have several changes in the program, so it's a very dynamic program. We are still waiting for one of our speakers on the podium. So this afternoon session is named Italy as a Living Lab for Connecting Culture, Landscape and Renewables. Since the beginning, this event, Photovoltaics Forums Landscapes, was pointing the attention to a topic which was kind of misregarded till like 10 years ago. So the kind of harmonization that large-scale on-ground photovoltaics could have with the landscape. Now that the energy targets of countries are very ambitious, and that as a consequence, the surfaces for photovoltaics are becoming bigger and bigger, and this means visible for citizens. This has become a kind of a major issue, and it is true, especially in Italy, which you know is a country with the highest density of UNESCO sites all around the world. Very often, these, I would say, alleged barrier that is the landscape preservation is used by our in the authorization process to stop the implementation of photovoltaics, and this is of course one of our problems. So Italy is this kind of country where this is really a problem. So we think that Italy can be on at the same time the laboratory for understanding what are the barriers to the large scale implementation of photovoltaics, but also at the same time a laboratory for finding solutions to this topic of the harmonization of the landscape preservation and the use of renewables. So in this sense, last year we wanted to focus on agrivoltaics, which is, you have already seen this morning some presentations about agrivoltaics. So it is, let's say, the main solution for allowing a dual use of land for food and for energy. So there is also an important investment in Italy in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan on agrivoltaics. On this topic, Enea is very active. So we have a task force on sustainable agrivoltaics, and together with ETA Florence Renewable Energy, so we also run the National Network for Sustainable Agrivoltaics, counting now in 1 year almost 1,000 subscribers. So the topic in Italy is very important. So we have two parts of the session. The first one, we will see what are the problems just told by some important stakeholders in Italy. So people who really try to implement agrivoltaics and can really witness what are the barriers to the implementation of agrivoltaics. So we thank again our sponsors, European Energy and Remtech, also for allowing us to organize this session. And then we will have some presentations and then a roundtable, which is moderated by Heinz Ossenbrink, who is a MiCo chair here at Photovoltaics Forums Landscapes, but also the chair of the International Advisory Committee of the 8th World Conference on Photovoltaic Energy Conversion. Then we go to something that has a strange name. So it's agrivoltaics for Noah's Ark at Neururale Hub. This is an initiative that we launched in the framework of the Italian Network for Sustainable Agrivoltaics to try to experiment with a topic that for us is very important. So how to make people, how to make a citizen familiarize with something, the technology that normally is not something experienced by citizens. So if you tell the most of people agrivoltaics, very often they think that it's just photovoltaics on ground. So it's just something that is stealing land for producing food. And this is also unfortunately true also for many journalists. So also the mainstream information is not very correct on this point. So we wanted to launch a kind of experiment on that, trying to put together culture and technology. So we found in our network a company, Neururale Hub, which was interested in this topic, but we will tell about that better in the afternoon. And on this, we wanted to set up a collaboration with the Italian National Institute of Architecture, because we thought that this topic of the use of photovoltaics in landscapes should be not anymore only a technical topic. This is an important topic for our society. So the way our landscape looks like is also the way we like to represent ourselves. So we think that it is very important to underline this kind of hidden relationship that is existing between life, society, and photovoltaics. Agrivoltaics. I think it's also very valuable that this morning we could see through the presentations that were given by Raul and by the team, I would say, of the United Nations, what agrivoltaics is. So here looks like it is a kind of a facilitator for allowing, let's say, large-scale projects for the permitting process. So just like a kind of trick to get some authorization. In reality, we see that it's something very useful that is really allowing people to get energy and food at the same time using the same unit of land. In our design competition, we will see this afterwards. We launched a design competition on that, and we have the award ceremony this afternoon. The slogan was, can beauty, energy, and food share the same piece of land? Because beauty is in a way culture. So I think with this I'm done. I invite Pierre Nocche from Rentec to join us on the podium, even if his name is still not ready, because due to COVID we had some changes in the program of the afternoon. And I hand over Heinz Sossenbrink and for chairing the session, but okay. So, or I can introduce Alessandro Migliorini. We have the first presentation given by Alessandro Migliorini. So Alessandro Migliorini is the country manager of European Energy Italia. Whenever you want to know how many projects are stuck in the authorization process in Italy, you have to ask him, because he's developing many projects in Italy with experiencing lots of barriers. Alessandro Migliorini is a manager who combines experience and a deep understanding of the energy market and dynamics with a multidisciplinary and problem-solving approach, and I can witness that. He will set the scene for understanding what are the barriers or also the potentialities of agrivoltaics in Italy. So Alessandro, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the invitation today. Can you hear me? Okay. So I will try to give you a short introduction of European energy, trying to make you understand what we are doing, what we have done so far, and what we would like to do in the future. So European Energy is a Danish company based in Copenhagen. that started in 2004, mainly focused on wind and in the German market. Then, of course, the renewables took more and more place in Europe, and we increased the spectrum of the activity. And now today we are present in almost all the countries in Europe. The name should tell you that. And also in some countries outside Europe, meaning Brazil, United States, and Australia. Technical problem. Okay, continuo poi con quello. So, as I said, the company was focused in the beginning more in the Nordic countries, where actually the renewables had a big impact before than the south of Europe. But from 2014, 2013, we have started to investigate more and more after the feed-in tariff scheme that were called Conto Energia in the first decades and at the beginning of the second decades of 2000, because we let's say we were a little bit pioneers in that. We understood that we would have seen less and less feed-in tariff scheme in the future, and so we started to think about a different approach. The different approach is what is today the most common in the PV market in Europe, and that is the one of the market parity, so the grid parity. So we created and we are still implementing a structure in Milan with an office, and now also in Verona, and we are planning to increase our presence also in the south of Italy. That's a starting point that was very important, because when we, as Alessandra mentioned before, we started to develop our project. In Italy, it was 2018, 2017. And of course, many years has passed and we are still struggling with the building permits. But at that point in time, it was much easier to find big plots of land where to develop big projects. We have in our pipeline projects that are significantly big for Italy, at least between 100 and 300 megawatt, which have, of course, seen a big opposition from the local bodies, and also in terms of legislation, where are still struggling, hopefully not for a long time more. And so we understood that we had to change also a little bit our approach, because the main issue was the debate with the farmer association in terms of the use of the soil. The main point that was rose to criticize this kind of installation was the high consumption of the soil. And then we understood that a different approach with the project already in a development phase was to try to have a discussion, constructive discussion with the local entities, saying, okay, we can turn this project from a traditional approach, so fixed tilt, to a different approach, meaning using the trackers, so that we should reduce the utilization of the land, and then try to see what we can add to the electricity production while we use these big plots of land. And I think here we have summarized a little bit what we think the agri-PV today can bring, given, of course, the fact that in Italy we don't have so much experience in this field. There's not so many applications, especially in large-scale installation. So we think that mainly, of course, the large-scale agri-PV can also help to develop a sustainable agriculture, which is, of course, the main point, other than, of course, to take action and combat the climate change, which is anyway a general mission of the renewables. But in this case, we believe, and the other day I was a little bit shocked because I've been told that if the ships that are coming in our harbor with food will stop for 15 days, our malls will be completely empty. So we have to start to rethink a little bit where to produce our food. And that, of course, is the first point. Then we see also many other positive points, like the creation of a supply chain, because if the agri-PV will have a market in Italy, that will, of course, help to create a supply chain that is not, as usual, related to the Far East, but it's probably more located in our country. So we see many different positive aspects in developing the agri-PV. I don't know how much time I have, so I don't know if I can go through every single of this, but I guess that you will have this presentation afterwards. We are used also to face issues in Italy, especially related to the landscape, but also the archaeological heritage in Italy, which somehow we are trying to solve, having a good relationship with the public bodies that take care of the archaeological heritage in general of the heritage in Italy, which is also, from this perspective, a very special country, because if you think that 85% of the entire world heritage is in Italy. So this was a big discussion, and it's still ongoing, of course. But we would like to do the same with the agri-PV. So having a proactive approach and a proactive discussion with all the stakeholders that are involved in this discussion, especially, as I said before, the Farmers Association, which are the one that, of course, today are a little bit more scared about this technological solution. What we would like to do, or what we want to do, given the fact that, as I said, we have already a very considerable pipeline in Italy, approximately 1.5 gigawatt, and in plan of investing approximately 1 billion euros, is to try to find of course, with the cooperation of the public entities and also with the professionals of the sector, to find the right solution on a technical perspective, first of all, but also on the legislation. Because as of today, the legislation of the agri-PV is pretty blurry. We don't understand exactly what is considered agri-PV. There is a pretty big gray zone that leaves a lot of space in terms of evaluation when we are talking about building permits. So the approach is a kind of Nordic approach, where this application are a little bit more ahead compared to Italy. So a traditional agri-PV, meaning agrovoltaic, using the land for crops and the traditional utilization, but also for different kind of cultivation, especially when we are coming to lands that are considered agricultural in the cadastral map, but in reality, they are not cultivated for many years, or they are so-called marginal lands where it's not possible to cultivate food. And also, in general, the DOP and the DOC. So utilize also this kind of land to produce. And in this respect, we are already discussing with different universities in Italy for cultivation that requires not so much water, which is another big problem, but it can be used as a biofuel partly, and also has animal food or other kind of application. So in Italy, we have approximately 12 million hectares of agricultural land. Out of this 12 million, 4 million are non-cultivated lands. So we are talking about a huge amount of land. And just to give you an idea, to match the target of the Fit for 55, we should build approximately 70-80 megawatt and gigawatt, sorry. And to build 70-80 gigawatt, we need approximately 100,000 hectares. So we are talking about the 2-3% of the non-cultivated land. So I think it's just a little bit political issue, not real, because the soil consumption in this case, it's not in the picture. Here we have tried to summarize a little bit the benefit in general that can bring to the community, to the electricity system, to the value chain, and of course a lot also on the local territories. Afterwards, I will show you an example, even though it's not properly related to the agri-PV, but it is related to the bigger PV plants so far built in Italy that we have built in Puglia, just to make you understand, other than the benefit strictly related to the production of electricity, also the benefit related to all the connected activities for the territories and for the community. And there you go. We built this plant in Troia, in the province of Foggia, which of course created a lot of discussion and debate due to the sites. So there was, as usual, the pros and the contras. But at the end of the construction, that was also done during the COVID period, so it was pretty challenging also because of that. We have tried to summarize the benefit other than, as I said, the green energy production. And we believe that the benefit are something that is not so much in the picture lately when we discuss about green energy. We are, of course, and it's right, very focused on the climate change, on the replace of the fossil fuel, etc. But there are many other benefits in this kind of application. And the benefit are, first of all, and I'm sorry because I look at that not from a very technical perspective, because I'm not a technician, I am a lawyer, so I don't have the skills to, but I look at that also on the economical side, on the benefit for the country in terms of investment, in terms of jobs, in terms of tax, in terms of all this mitigation and compensation for the local entities that very often they struggle to find the money to pay the basic expenses, especially in the south of Italy, for the current activity. So we do believe that this approach will, of course, somehow and hopefully stop a little bit this effect of people that leaves the countryside to go in the big city because there are no opportunities in the countryside. While if you build up a supply chain and there is a positive approach, a positive attitude from the drivers of the decision of the building permits, that of course will recall a lot of people in the countryside. Many mayors of small cities, they keep on writing me emails saying, can you please come here and do something, because we are losing completely our population. Everyone is going in the big cities. So I think there is a need also for that. And here we come again to the legislation and to the approach of the politician, which I understand it's a very controversial topic, but I think it's the most important at this stage, to make the politician to understand what the improvement of this business and this application can bring to at a different level to the community, the local community, to the energy also system in Italy, because we need to delocalize the production of the electricity, which is a very important point. And if we look at not too much forward, the only solution in this moment is, of course, this kind of application in a large scale, if we want to replace in a decent time the fossil fuel. Otherwise, we will be linked and we will have this connection with the fossil fuel at least for the next 10 years. So there are so many positive aspects in this kind of solution, which will, of course, I'm trying to summarize, I don't know, in 15 minutes, it would require maybe 2-3 hours, but yeah, I hope that we will have more time later to discuss specific issues. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Alessandro, for this presentation. I just made a few notes, and one is about the willing to invest in Italy 1 billion euros for 1 gigawatt of photovoltaics. And it came to my mind that it's more than the budget that is allocated in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan for agrivoltaics. So I think the contribution of private companies to the decarbonization of the country is very important. Something that I learned just in several exchanges with Alessandro is that some not evident benefits of photovoltaics and agrivoltaics are not evident to the citizens. There is one in-between point that is kind of hidden. So normally when a photovoltaic project is implemented, there are some mitigation measures, but also some compensation measures. Compensation means a budget, money that goes to the local administration and it is spent for something useful. This link is of course invisible for citizens, and I think this is a very important point. So to emphasize not only the ability of photovoltaics to generate energy, but also to produce other benefits for citizens. And this is my, let's say, my polemic point here, because of course local authorities are central. Unfortunately, we try to invite both people from the ministries and from the local authorities, and after some exchanges, as you can see, nobody's here. And I think this is something to take note of, because in a moment where energy is such a urgent topic, it's a bit of shame that politicians are not attending events like that one. So hence, for the roundtable, I would suggest you to touch in a way this point. So something not very nice. And I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, which is who is Pierre Nocche. So from Remtech, you know that Italy is very proud of having one of the most important and maybe one of the pioneering patent in Europe for agrivoltaics. And this was done by Remtech already back to 2011. So the only three agrivoltaic installations that are now in Italy, the kind that the PNRR defines as innovative agrivoltaics, means modules that are mounted 5 meters from the ground, are in Italy, and they have been realized by Remtech. So Pierre, the floor is yours.
Yes. So yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, Laura, who should have taken the presentation now, has COVID, so I'm jumping in today. Yes, so I would like also a bit to share Remtech's experience over the last years in agrivoltaics. So we are a company 100% focused on agrivoltaics based in Asola in Italy. So doesn't work. All right. Good. Yeah. So we have been created through a spin-off of the REM group in 2015. Yeah, but the technology has its roots. Something. Should I continue? Okay, no problem. Yeah, so the company has been created through a spin-off of the REM group in 2015, and but the technology, agrivoltaics technology we have developed, has its roots since 2009. So far we have more than 10 years of experience in that field, and we have installed agrivoltaics on more than 45 hectares. So quite a significant amount. The technology has been deployed in 4 countries. So of course in Italy, but also in France, in China and Japan. And we have currently round about 15 active patents in that field, and are a current innovator and develop furthermore. So what are our targets? So the first and most important is the preservation of the agricultural reality. So meaning not having a negative impact on agriculture, but try to have a positive impact on agriculture. So to increase the yield of the agricultural product. Then, of course, the second is a clear, sustainable, carbon-free electricity production or power production to foster society's energy transition. And last but not least, of course, the integration of the two to create a win-win situation between all stakeholders involved in such a project. So how does it look like in reality? So just for you to explain a bit, this is on one of our projects here in Italy. So you have solar modules installed on 4.5 meters height, such that big agricultural machines can work underneath and between the rows. Here you see that's tracking technologies, tracking the sun. This was a part that has been more than 2011, smaller, and this is the target we want to create this win-win situation for the farmer as well as for electricity production. So which technologies do we have in our portfolio? Basically, we have two technology families. So we have the tracker technology, and we have, let's say, a fixed technology, which can also be a 2D technology in some kind, but the technology family is the same. So the tracker technology 1.0, this is the technology we have developed back in 2009. But yeah, so it's we have at that point in time, we had 2.5 to 4.35 kilowatt peak per tracker, 10 modules with a tracker length of 12 meters. Today, the technology has evolved. So we have 24 PV modules per tracker. We generally recommend our customers to install bifacial modules to really benefit also from the reflection effect on agricultural land of the light. And we have a tracker length of 14 meters. And then we have the fixed technologies. So they can be either as linear or as chessboard technology, the same height. So also to be able to work underneath with agricultural machines. But here you have a span up to 25 meters. So when to use which technology, because these are fundamentally two different types of technologies. So let's say the advantage of the fixed technology is clearly that it is, of course, cheaper in investment, first of all, but second, also that you have a span between the rows of up to 25 meters. So if you think of real modern big agricultural machines, you need sometimes, especially in the corn industry, you need this span of 25 meters. On the other hand, here you have a fixed shadow. So shadow management is key in managing the agricultural underneath. So here, when you have a fixed or let's say a monoaxial tracking system, you always have, let's say, a rather fixed shadow, which is not the case, or which is a big advantage of the tracker technology, because there you have, first of all, a dynamic shadow through the day. And secondly, you can also influence, if required, the tracker position in some parts of the year. For example, in critical parts of growth of a plant. For example, when there's a flowering, you can give the plant more light. This is only possible through a 3D tracker system. So our team comprises, of course, agronomists, engineers. So we are trying to have a multidisciplinary approach on that problem. So these are the three sites we have done since, or in 2011 here in Italy, Castelvetro, Virgilio, and Monticelli. It's a total of 7 megawatts. In the meantime, we have also built a plant in China, in France, and in Japan. All this is on tracker technology, and now we're finalizing, let's say, the fixed technology plant until south of France. Of course, a lot is going on also in the politics. So Italy is one country, but also other countries are moving forward. You have Israel, you have Germany, but also Vietnam and other countries of the world are also thinking about really this integration of energy production and agriculture. So our projects are based on the various types of crops. So it could be vineyards, it could be also lemons, but also big cultures like alfalfa, or vegetables like potatoes and salads. So as said, the management of the shadow is a key in understanding the impact of agrivoltaic systems on the agriculture. So here, just as an example, the irradiation map of a fixed / chessboard system and then tracker system. So on the fixed system, you see that the repetition of the shadow is rather concentrated or focused on there where the modules are installed. For the chessboard, it's a bit more diverse and diffuse, which gives all the plants underneath a better repartition of the light also for their growth. And of course, with the tracker technology, you are much more flexible, and you can and it's much more dynamic throughout the day. So the irradiation control at the end of the day leads to more moisture in the soil and more humidity in the soil, because of course through the shadow you have less evaporation. And we, based on our experience so far, you can really reduce significantly irrigation, which is a key factor. Also, we see this in the summer in Italy, where water is really a scarce resource, but also in other countries like Israel, for example, where water is a real big problem. So let's say on average, we can reduce 30 to 40% the irrigation compared, let's say, to a standard system. It can go up to 60% on depending on the crop type. So as said, shadow management is key. So we have observed that, for example, on specific plants, for example, vineyards, the plant demands only the full light during a certain period of the year, for example, during the flower time. So here, through a tracker system, you can see that on the right, you can provide a minimum shading through 10 to 2 weeks, so through 10 days to 2 weeks of the year, and then optimize the growth of the vineyard, of the plant, and then go back to, let's say, the standard tracking mode to optimize the energy production. So that's basically the goal of such a management. So here, just as an example, the humidity in the soil in August. So you can clearly see that you have a significant increase of the humidity in August in the soil, and you have a flatten of the intraday temperature curve. So this occurs in the winter, but as well in the summer. So of course, in the summer, when it's really, really hot, you are flattening the peaks. And the same for the winter, when it's really cold during the night, you are flattening as well the peaks. So this could also have a positive impact on the agriculture because of ice and icing, etc. Okay. So here, just a study that has been published together with Professor Amaducci from the University of Piacenza. So on one of our installations, Professor Amaducci and his team have analyzed the impact of a photovoltaic agrovoltaic plant on mice. So he has analyzed that for a few years and then made a simulation or an extrapolation on 39 years. So what can be or what are the key points here? So first of all, on average, on 39 years, you have an increase of 4.3% of the yield, which is, first of all, a positive thing. So you have more mice than without such an equipment. And the second point, which is very, very important, you see the red dots here, which simulates the open, or which are the open field dots, and you see the gray area, which is a simulation of the agrovoltaic plant. And you can observe that for the red dots, you have a flatten of the curve. So in bad years, you have a better yield, and in good years, you have a negative impact on the yield. But throughout, it is rather a positive impact. We can also observe the same on the vine grapes. So the weight increases significantly per plant. And yeah, so just as a short gag, we have also developed the first agrovoltaico wine of the world. Yes, so we are conducting extensive research on our field of Vigilio. So this is how it looks like. So we are analyzing around about 15 different crops, vegetables, so pears, tomatoes, climate zones, because climate is also a big point. You cannot apply what you have learned here in Italy to what you have, or to Israel, for example. So this is really important to get this understanding, and we're working here together with different research institutes and universities. Yeah, so this is basically just a brief overview of what we are doing and our experience so far. If you have questions, of course, I'm happy to answer that after this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierre, for the presentation. Also here I took some notes, and I think it's important to also highlight some numbers, which are very often in the different questions from people. So I noted plus 4.3% of yield. So the yield is improved with agrivoltaics in your experience. 30 to 40% of water saving, which is also a lot. The possibility of having a controlled environment, so having a kind of average production. I only have a remark, so I don't know why you didn't bring your agrivoltaic wine. So we are in Italy, but we are happy to have an agrivoltaic wine in Italy. So thank you. We now go to another country. We go to the US. We have Byron Kominek connected, hopefully.
You got me connected.
Hi, Byron. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I very often ask Byron if I can use his slides in my presentation, because he invented the kind of experience which is really, to me, exciting. So Byron, by background, is a natural resources management expert. He has also been working in the US Agency for International Development in Zambia and Mozambique, working on forestry and wildlife conservation activities. But overall, he is also very hard-minded, so he struggled for having his agrivoltaic project realized in Colorado. And then this experience, which is called the Jack's Solar Garden, became a very special site. It's now the Colorado Agrivoltaic Learning Center. So a kind of experience where community is very much involved in the process, but also science, because this site is the demonstration site for the University of Arizona. That is currently maybe among the most experienced research agencies on arid climates. So it's a very important test site. From my point of view as an architect, it was surprising and very exciting to see very joyful images of people playing music in the Jack's Solar Garden in the evening and so on. So I thought that we could learn something from Byron, some other approaches to agrivoltaics, and I think this presentation is also the perfect transition to the afternoon when we will be talking about an agrivoltaic garden. So Byron, the video is yours.
Thanks, Alessandra. Can everybody see the image?
Yes.
Yes, great. All right. Start my clock. Boom. Yeah, morning from here. I'm in Boulder County, Colorado. My name is Byron Kominek, owner and manager of Jack's Solar Garden and the director of our Colorado Agrivoltaic Learning Center, trying to get more folks in Colorado and the other parts of the Western United States to better understand what the microclimates are within a solar array and how you can potentially grow different types of vegetation within such a system or have other types of agricultural activities. I always like to start off with my grandpa, Jack. Jack's Solar Garden is named after him, Jack Stingery. He was born in like 1895, long time since. He was a farmer all of his life. He bought my family's land, which is 24 acres here in Boulder County back in 1972. And my mother, who's that tiny girl on that tractor, she now owns our land, and I worked with her in 2017 through 2020 to figure out how we could put a solar array on our property. And during the pandemic in 2020, we built Jack's Solar Garden on November 1st. So let me invite you out to my family's farm so you get a chance to see what we've been doing out here. First off, we took this field that's about an 8-acre pasture where we've just been growing hay for the past several decades. And we turned it into this 1.2 megawatt community solar garden. In the United States, community solar garden is typically used as a term for a small solar array where you have different subscribers, individuals or small companies that are purchasing electricity directly from the person that is building the solar array, as opposed to through the utility. Our 1.2 megawatt DC, 960 kilowatt AC system has 3,276 solar panels covering just over 4 acres of land. It's enough to power about 300 homes. What you can't see in this picture, but you'll see in others, is that our panels are elevated. 2/3 of our property, the torque tube is up at about 6 feet, which is almost 2 meters. And then the other third is up to 8 feet, which is about what, 2 2/3 meters. And this is just different views of what we've created here. These are images from Namaste Solar, who built our project. You can notice how there's some areas that are in that are brown, some areas that are green. These images were taken in June of 2021 when we were just getting started with cultivation underneath our solar panels. So the areas in brown were areas that we were just being able to use a BCS to create crop beds. And then the areas that are green were for different researchers that I'll talk about. And what we're planning to do is simply use our space for people. And you might have been, Alessandra, talking about this little video here. Hopefully folks can see it. But every year we have a end of season shindig where we invite people out to our farm to see what it's like being within the solar array. We invite out a musician, and we have food grown from underneath the solar panels that is served up to people. So simply, we're trying to show people that a solar array is space. It's space that people can use. It's space for vegetation. It's space for animals. It's space for education, research, arts, whatever you want to use it for. It's just space. No, shoot. There we go. And oftentimes people ask me, well, how are you able to get a tractor in there? Like, I need to have a tractor to be able to cultivate any space. Well, we used this tractor here to be able to till the beds before we were able to create the beds. We had a long stand of, or decades long stand of brome grass out there that we were able to chew up and turn into space that we could grow these types of veggies. So these are images from this season. We have different leafy greens. You see collard greens on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, some different types of lettuces. And one thing that we were able to learn is you can see how on the left-hand side, how a portion of the lettuce is in shade and the other part is in sunlight. We're able to see that everywhere on our field gets some sunlight and some shade. If you're in the middle of a row of panels, you get about 25% shade. If you're right next to the panels, you get maybe 45% shade. And it depends on what time of day you get that shade. Do you get it in the morning or do you get it in the afternoon? And what we're finding is that some of these lettuces that got afternoon shade, as well as several of the other crops that we grow, if you get afternoon shade, it's sweeter, it grows better, especially those types of crops that we enjoy eating here in the US that you all grow in Italy, or that's more native to different parts of Europe. So we have to, by using the microclimates created by these solar arrays, we can act as if these crops are growing in a different climate entirely. And we've grown lots of different veggies. Last year, these are pictures from last season. We grew over 8,000 pounds of food in half a season on about an acre of land underneath the solar panels. You can see tomatillos, beans, carrots, tomatoes here. And this is all in collaboration with a nonprofit organization called Sprout City Farms out of Denver, where they hire people to learn more about farming. They have apprentice programs, a lot of educational activities with people that want to be more in touch with farming activities. And these are images from this season of those lettuces. And then I'll point out the garlic. Last year in October, we planted garlic and we never watered it. Well, I should say we watered it once in October, and then it wasn't watered again. And then these are images from July when it was harvested. So we were able to basically grow dryland garlic within our solar array, which is atypical for Colorado. Here's another video. If you go on to jacksolargarden.com, you'd be able to see a longer version of this video, but it just gives you a sense of walking within our solar array. This was taken in September of last year. We have tomatoes in the middle row. Eggplant is on the right-hand side here. And you can just see how the panels are tilting to the east in the morning, getting ready to maximize my electricity production. And then you can see as the sun slowly moves across the different crop beds. So what we did was we maximized our infrastructure, or we built our infrastructure to maximize our electricity production. And then we're learning about what types of vegetation will do well within that system that we've created. And we do this by working with different research organizations. We work with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, Colorado State University, and University of Arizona to learn more about these different microclimates and what different crops will grow well within this space. Here's an image of some researchers from the University of Arizona that were up here this summer doing diurnal tests, basically out there from sunrise to sunset, looking at the thermal stresses and the water stresses, and the ability of the crops to utilize sunlight throughout the course of the day. Our researcher here from Colorado State University is looking at grassland ecology, so better understanding how well does forage grow within the solar array, where is the water being stored. We're learning that in the summertime, we get our rains in the afternoon. So the western side of each of the solar panels is where we have the best water or soil moisture retention. Whereas during the wintertime, we get a lot of snow that then dumps off in the mornings as the solar panels heat up when they turn to the east. And so in the spring, the best forage and the best soil moisture retention is on the eastern edge of each of our solar panels, whereas directly underneath that torque tube that you see above that gentleman's head is where it's the driest, because the solar panels are deflecting the water one direction or the other. We're also seeing from different biomass collections that he's doing that the grass, when it's mowed down in the spaces at the edges of the solar panels, grows back faster there than it does out in the middle of the solar, in between the rows of solar panels, where it doesn't have that deflection of water. But if you can look at that bottom left-hand picture where it's just the grass is there, couldn't you imagine different animals? Chickens, pigs, sheep are pretty easy, but maybe even cattle. If we put up the panels high enough in the western part of the United States, a lot of our land is cattle ranch land. And that's also where we have a lot of the best solar assets. So by elevating the panels up a little bit higher, I believe that we could put cattle out within that system and for them to work well together. This coming Thursday, I don't have any pictures yet of it because it hasn't happened. We're planning to bring out some cows to go underneath our 8-foot section of the solar panels and be able to take pictures of those that we'll be able to share with folks to see what it looks like of having cattle within a solar array. We're also looking at different herbs that are growing within our system. We're working with a company called Wish Garden Herbs that sources a lot of their products from Eastern Europe or other parts of the world, but they're interested in being able to source them locally. And there's a lot of solar arrays that are growing up or that are being built without people actually using the space. So what a nice way of being able to put in herbs that don't take a lot of maintenance, that can shade out a lot of the weeds, and that are also more drought tolerant. A lot of our annuals require water when they want it, and it was typically a few minutes ago, whereas the herbs, they can go for weeks without getting water and they'll bounce back. And we're finding it's fun to learn more about which types of crops grow well in what different areas. Our clary sage loves it in the full sun as well as with the afternoon shade, whereas like our thyme, it looks like it prefers the afternoon shade, but it doesn't like anything else. And our peppermint enjoys the midday sun and the afternoon sun, whereas it may not enjoy that morning, the morning sun. So it's it's fun to see the differences between which types of herbs are growing well within the system. And I think this is a similar on the animal front of having sheep within a solar array. I think having herbs within a solar array is also a very easy task. At Jack Solar Garden, we host a variety of different pollinators because we worked with Audubon Rockies to put in their largest Habitat Hero project, which is basically 3,000 perennials that surround the perimeter of our solar array. Here you can see in the top right-hand corner, elderberry flowers. We had raspberries, elderberries, blackberries, sand cherries, coral berries, hazelnuts, service berries, a world of different types of fruiting plants that birds can enjoy as well as create habitat within, and that people, when they come out on tours, can visit and munch on. We support the arts. Jack Solar Garden has an Artist on the Farm program. We provide $1,000 each year to a different artist to do something interesting. We've had an artist that repurposed farm materials. We had an artist that did dance education and dance film with people out on our land. And this year we have a photographer. Those images on the right-hand side where we're doing yoga, as well as a woman being suspended from our torque tube, were images from this season. And I think he's creating a calendar. So we'll see what that looks like at the end of the season. Through our nonprofit, the Colorado Agrivoltaics Learning Center, we're able to bring out kids within our system. We focus on high school students. We hired our first full-time person. She is a certified certified Colorado teacher. She's been bringing out 100 high school students this year. She has another 300 to 400 students to go before December. And it's a great opportunity to just be able to show kids that we don't have to do one thing or the other, but that we can combine different ideas. And it helps us to create community just by having volunteers come out, by doing yoga in the solar array, by having tours, art, kids. It's just space, as I mentioned before. It's space that community can come around to and that we can offer to our communities. And I'll conclude with this video that our artist on the farm last year, the dancer, that she hired these professionals to dance around the outside of our solar array. I'll be posting up the longer version of this video here in the coming week or so. But this was just a quick, short glimpse of what it was like to see people dance around the solar array. And Michelle Bernier, who was the artist of that year with the Sanssouci Film Festival, she's been able to go around to different film festivals here in the U.S. and showcase her work, because I don't think anybody else has really done dance film out and within a solar array yet. So I think my job was to showcase what it looks like of incorporating people in the community into the solar array. So hopefully that's what you folks got. Thanks.
Thank you, Baron, for this super inspiring presentation. I don't know if it is the American dream, but it looks really like a dream in Italy. But we hope that with our projects, and I hope that also Alessandro and Pierre can take some inspiration with our Italian network for sustainable agrivoltaics and maybe the support of the Italian National Institute of Architecture, we can go ahead and maybe creating some other agrivoltaic learning center also in Italy, coming back with some images like yours. So Baron, if you have time, please stay in the afternoon. We also show something that is the first seed of such an experience. And thank you for having implemented such an inspiring example for us. Thank you so much. And this time I'm not wrong, so I leave the floor to Heinz Ossenbrink for the panel discussion.
Okay, I hope there will be a very interesting discussion. I just need to say how much impressed I am, what I've witnessed just right now. Can you imagine this on a nuclear power plant site? No. Or on an open mining of lignite? No. not me. So I think we are on the right track, and I want to invite a number of people to the podium for a small debate. So I have certain questions, and I would like now, okay, they're sitting already. So Mr. Migliorini, Mr. Kauche, then Christian Thiel. I will introduce them to you, and then Vincent Kitio is still here. Vincent? Ah, here you are. Okay, you just take a seat. The spotlights are a little bit heavy. Okay. Whatever, yeah. Yeah. If you don't mind. Vincent, just sit down here. But we try to arrange a round table, but in this convention center are no round tables. So I will try to find everybody and to introduce you. Now, Vincent Kitio, I think, was already introduced in the morning. It's a pleasure to introduce Christian Thiel, who is he's the head of unit at the Energy Efficiency and Renewables unit at the Joint Research Center, which is not so far away from here, it's on 1.5 hours drive. Here's also quite an interesting curriculum because they actually started in biology, and maybe this is giving you a little bit of spirit of agrivoltaics, but then developed a lot of experience in car manufacturing and also in car emissions until he finally arrived at the renewables and energy efficiency. Welcome. Alessandro Migliorini, we saw already. So we have the real implementers we have there. And I was extremely delighted of Mr. Kauche, who gave a new aspect into this. Why not designing PV array around the crop and not vice versa? Because we saw, Paula, okay, I'm sorry. Come on. Because actually who is in the program, we need a chair. Sorry for that, because I was just jumping in the program changes where Giorgio Graditi was still printed. He cannot come. He apologized this morning. So we have this latest change. Paola Delle Venere is working at Enea with Giorgio. She's actually the head of the PV lab developing high efficiency cells, and certainly will tell us something about whether we get the right technology for agrivoltaics, and also how the multidisciplinarity in reality works, because Enea is also active in biomass and agricultural research. Okay, my first question. Agrivoltaics now everybody wants to have, looks like. And I want to provoke you. And a lot of people say, okay, just another trick of this renewable people to grab land, because they have not enough land anymore to put everywhere solar. And is this now really something where, again, we face a conversion to energy of our beloved land? And I would put this question in particular to you both, which are actually deploying systems, and are you facing this kind of opposition?
Well, does it work? Yeah. Well, as I said before, more than the technological side of the issue, I think the problem is more, from my perspective, and at least the way I'm now dealing with this issue, it's more political, because we have enough space in Italy to implement this kind of application, not only in areas that are already utilized for agriculture, but also to recover many other areas that are today not used for agriculture. So from my perspective, it's a false issue that is used at this stage a little bit like a negotiation term to sit at the same table. Of course, on one side, the developers and all the one involved in the renewable energies, and the agricultural, the farmer associations that are, of course, don't want to be excluded by this discussion. Then, of course, there is another issue at a little bit at a higher level, that is the identification of the criteria of the agri-PV and the legislation connected to that, and also the activity of the public bodies that has to decide which areas are eligible and which areas are not eligible for that.
Of course, coming to that point then later in the debate, just for the moment. My question was a little bit geared from the experience what the biofuels community was facing when they were accused of your land grabbing just to drive our cars. And that's why I thought, is this now becomes this better now with agrivoltaics? We don't have this anymore, this strong opposition? Or
okay, shortly I can say I'm experiencing two different approach, one in Denmark and one in Italy. In Denmark, we are much more ahead, also with e-methanol and with hydrogen, so utilizing PV plants for electrolysis. So I think, again, it's something that can be discussed a little bit more in deep, and we need to understand what we want to end up, especially also with the fuels, because again, based on my experience now, Maersk is or just ordered 5 vessels to Hyundai that will utilize the e-methanol technology in terms of fuel. So I think we need to learn a little bit more. The learning curve needs to be upgraded, also with the experience of other countries, talking about Italy, and with companies like the one that are experiencing different approach and different technologies.
Just very briefly, at the end of the day, it's about the technological choice and the legal framework. So if implemented correctly, it has a positive impact on different factors like water consumption, etc. And once the people and the community realizes, okay, this has a real positive sustainable impact also for the farmer, for his production, normally this really facilitates the way of developing projects. But of course, it has to be analyzed in detail to have really a positive impact for all stakeholders of the project.
Paula, for your question on what do we need? Do we need specific solar cells? Do we need to make specific modeling what we did so far for solar cells? What's with the bifaciality is one of the arguments that always comes.
Yes,
Give
yes.
us insight.
It might be a new topic in the research, because we need to work at different dimensions, I think. I think that we need to experience something with the existing modules. I have experience about how many percentage of the field can be covered with modules or with crops and so on. But we need also to think about the photovoltaics of the future, and then, for example, to use innovative modules with more efficiencies and more efficiently, and then in this way we can improve the processability of the electricity, but also to think about possible different solution. In fact, for example, in Enea we are studying some selective spectra selective cells that could be appropriate for the crops, for some crops. And we need also to experience how kind of crops can be better used with different kind of modules.
So you mean also a lot of agricultural research is there required? Yeah. I mean, about the biological activity. Okay, just to provoke you, I said ENEA has also an agricultural research. Do you connect to these people?
Yes, I think that we need to connect we need to have more connection with the industrial perspective. We need to have some experience, and I have seen that not so much examples of plants are present at the moment, maybe with Remtech. I think that is important that ENEA can connect different aspects, considering also from large to small.
Very good that you give me this keyword, connecting. Connecting is in the title also of this presentation. Yeah. And let me first of all connect to Africa, Mr. Kikyo. I always thought when I involved in African renewable policy, okay, this will be all big power plants there, and some rich people will invest because it's very sunny. Maybe they even want to import energy to Europe. The conventional classic scheme of deploying energy. Now, for me, it was very delighting to see it seems to catch up in Africa, but not majorly because of the energy needs, but because of the agricultural potential. Can you comment that?
Thank you for the question. I think we need to, whether here or in Africa, whenever we are putting in place a project, the community should get involved. And should also find the benefit of the project. Because I recall that in 2004, there was this strong move towards 5 billion.
I know.
You recall that power in America were very happy because they were saying their maize would be used in converting into equity. But as a result of that, the maize that used to come from America to be given to the trade in Africa stopped. But they started now buying maize directly in the African continent. And that move also promotes the development of agriculture in the continent. So I'm just saying that once the need of the community are taken into consideration, the community will follow. You will also know that most of the time they're talking about all these big projects that they want to do in the Sahel, where they want to produce energy, and this energy will be sent to Europe. But the Africans are saying, we don't have energy. Why are you producing? Why do you want to invest producing energy here and then take it somewhere? That's where the problem now starts.
Because it was historically like this?
Because basically the community are not seeing their own direct benefit. The other things during the sort of the biodiesel program, you will find the financial situation. I mean, a lot of investment, international financing agency were putting a lot of resources in those big farms to buy lands, big piece of land to grow jatropha, for example. And the local community sometimes were asking themselves, of course, they were happy because there are also a possibility of job creation along the line. But at the end of the day, this biodiesel that was being generated was not consumed in the African continent. I believe that the agrivoltaic has a lot of chance to succeed because it's directly responding to people's needs. It's responding to the food needs, the food security. It's also responding to energy security. Because the moment you put a solar panel in place, also the community that are living around it can also benefit with access to energy. So that is one hope. Of course, if you come in the rural area and put a big plan of 100 megawatts, of solar system, and then you just convert it, you carry it to the city, you will also face resistance from the local community. So I think it's by agrovoltaic has a lot of chance of succeeding, because first of all, it can address the local needs. And then at the same time, given that these are also a sort of modular system. I mean, you can have a system of 1 mega, 2 mega, 3 mega. You can basically increase. You can even have 100 kilowatts, which is good. So if we look at that in that perspective, I think there is a chance of using this system as one way of generating energy that the continent really needs as we speak, because it's one of the continents that still have 600 million people that do not have access to electricity, which is very, very big. So if we started by looking at their needs, I'm sure we'll have buy-in from the community. But of course, we should also involve local financing institutions.
Great, thank you very much. Now to Christian. Christian works in an organization which produces science for policymaking. So all the extreme politicians decide not based on their party, but on science. So in this ideal world, DG Energy wants to finance projects in Africa for energy, and DG DEFCO wants to finance agricultural projects in Africa. Who wins in agrivoltaics?
I think everybody wins with agri-photovoltaics. Also, the example that you gave is maybe not entirely true, because whenever we do something in Africa, we are the Team Europe. So it's no longer one, let's say, silo and another silo. It's actually really a common approach. And it's a common approach also with the member states. So some of the examples we saw earlier today, for example, the Covenant of Mayors, and then the involvement of GIZ, we are really one team together, of course, with our partners in Africa, because really the intention is to develop, I think Vincent actually expressed it very well, to rather develop the tools rather than the solutions, so that actually the solutions that are then found, that they are really sustainable. And maybe in that context, we did actually a workshop, because as you mentioned, we are an organization that tries to bring scientific evidence into policy making. So we organized a workshop on agri-photovoltaics earlier in the year to actually look what are the opportunities and what are the challenges. And Alessandra was there. There were people also from Remtech, other member states, France. And the intention was really to learn from each other, from the examples. There is already a lot of agri-photovoltaics in the field. And I think there were some really interesting conclusions from this, that we also need to look at actually a common definition. What is actually agri-photovoltaics? Another aspect is, okay, we are talking about local communities. We also have to talk about farmers ultimately, and Jack's garden is a good example, because that is actually the farmer, and without the farmer, you cannot really do anything. And permitting is an important aspect, where also we need to learn from each other. Some member states are already more advanced, some others less advanced. And I think we should try to follow the best practices. So, and we are also ready to support this further from a scientific perspective. Also, we talk a lot here about agriculture, energy. I was kind of naive when we did this workshop. I thought, yeah, okay. The question really is, you install photovoltaics, can you then minimize the negative impact on your agricultural yield? But then I saw the same numbers that I think Pierre presented. As a matter of fact, the yield can go up, or at least it's also more stable, more predictable, which is very good. And now on this conference, I saw quite many examples where also we are talking about biodiversity. There could even be not only a double dividend, that your agricultural yield goes up and you produce locally energy, but maybe even the biodiversity goes up. So I think there is still a lot of research that needs to be done, a lot of demonstration projects, which we need to scientifically evaluate to see. And I think I actually encourage everybody to experiment further with different solutions and then to see with different crops and so on, how we can actually then optimize the system.
I think you bring up this point that you want to have an informed society in this, because we want to avoid, again, whatever kind of polemics. It must be clear it's beneficial for the farmer, and it's for most of the sites, as we have seen and witnessed now with increasing research and increase in agricultural yield. Maybe you can even plant crops which wouldn't grow. I saw yesterday another presentation, already the projection in a temperature situation 2050. And so how can we avoid that this goes? So basically we are shadowing our agriculture, which probably is needed. Now, in Europe, we have been facing a situation where it's getting less and less probable that you find just free unused land. So for large requirement deployment, and we have seen the plans also in the European Union, but also the United States, the deployment of PV are big figures if you calculate this in just surface area required. And we are running out of space. So most of the space is in the hands of somebody. Now, with this agrivoltaics, do you see a game changer in this? So that a lot of the additional to be installed capacity up to 2035 goes would be actually an agrivoltaic system. So this goes first now to Emtek. No, to you. Yeah. Well, it's probably your business.
Okay. Well, I think that involves a lot the matter of the authorization, and I would like to start from with a provocation. When our former Prime Minister said it's good to tax the extra profit of the renewables because they are the cheapest, and yeah, and that's right. But then we are missing the second part, that is, since they are the cheapest, we have to push on the renewables and not losing time with gas or other things that are just patches for maybe 1 year, 2 years, but then we will end up in the same situation. So it's a discussion that I'm involved in now for a couple of years, and I'm trying to face it at a different level of the government and the local bodies, etc. But the question mainly is why, if we are all agreeing on the positive outcomes in terms of climate, in terms of agriculture, in terms of many other things, we still struggle, and we should authorize 8, 9 gigawatt a year in Italy in the next 7-8 years. And this year we have seen 1 gigawatt. So
okay, that's a point. Yeah? Well understood. Your projection, just yes or no, doubling rate every 4 years, every 2 years?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Because we have no, I mean, there's just a space problem.
So
The only solution.
Then the politics will arrive at this point, what you mentioned. If you want to install this and look around where to install it, you basically have no other choice.
Exactly, because on one hand, you have electromobility. So you have a very increasing consumption of energy. On the other hand, you just have, we don't want coal, we don't want nuclear power. And so this is just the only solution you have. It's just a matter of fact.
Very good. I just got the signal. We have to come to an end because we are overrunning this. But I want to give everybody of you 30 seconds time for one major question in principle of this meeting here. How agrivoltaic can enhance the cultural value of the landscape. We have seen a beautiful presentation from Colorado. And how do you see this in Europe? Do we have this cultural approach to it, that agrivoltaics is just more than W's of land? You know, remember the word space. He was talking about spaces. If you want to start, Paula. 30 seconds, as otherwise they hammer me. They kill me.
It's an issue from Alessandra. I think that we need, yes, photovoltaics, agrivoltaics can be appeal for the landscape, can be not a problem. And considering that the number of soil not used at the moment, maybe that agrivoltaics can be also the way to promote farmers and promote the production of foods. Because combining two technologies, two different agriculture and photovoltaics, can be a more modern way to look at the use of soil, and then make attention to the landscape. But I think that it could be also a good opportunity to promote both technology.
Thank you.
Both.
You 30 seconds.
So briefly, at the end of the day, it depends also here on the technological choice. If we say we need a south orientation of the plants, because you need that for fixed and 2D technologies, and your parcel of land is not south oriented, you will also get a landscaping problem, which can of course be solved through 3D technology. But at the end of the day, it depends really on the regulatory framework and how it's done then practically.
Okay, very short.
Well, I think that the climate change is a real issue. So we should definitely speed up and change the frame regulation, because otherwise all the technical issues in terms of design will be just academic exercise.
Okay. Christian?
Yes, agriculture ultimately is actually making use of the sun. And so I believe that then to combine this with agri-photovoltaics, it's just an extension of this concept. And I think I don't actually see a reason why this could not enhance the landscape. And as a matter of fact, I think right after this session, we will see some beautiful examples of what you can do if actually you let landscape designers, landscape architects, when you let them use their creativity to find good solutions.
Okay, good that you mentioned it, because in theory, before I give you the last word, I could put the same question after the next session. Because it's very good. Yeah? Now your last word goes to you, Vincent.
Thank you very much. I just want to say that today the objective of the world is to limit the temperature to 1.5 degree by 2050, meaning that whatever we are doing, we need to do the transition towards low carbon intervention. So agrivoltaic, if agrivoltaic can contribute to that, that is the best thing we can do. Let's keep aside the environment, the landscape, the pictorial issue. Let's look about the climate change that is facing us. On the same time, you also have one of the biggest challenges of this century is the poverty. We still have almost 2 billion people that are still living in poverty. If we say, we agree here that energy is one of the solutions to address that. Let's generate more energy, not just where there is already a lot of energy generation, but also the south of the world. We should invest more on energy generation so that we can alleviate those that have not access to energy.
I thank you so much. I thank the whole panel for giving also the audience and perspective view of what everything is connected to agrivoltaics. It's not just putting some modules there. It's a lot more which we learn, which is a message to the PV researchers and engineers, but also to the agricultural engineering and research. And most of all, I wish we have more people like Byron, as you have seen with his solar garden. Thank you very much for your attendance. And for the real cultural value and visibility of the projects, I think we go now to the session where at the end, I think we have also an awards for real projects which have been designed for agrivoltaics. So thank you.
Fabrizio. So we start with the last session before the solar architecture of the afternoon, which, as I said earlier, this day is named Agrivoltaics for Noah's Ark at the Rurale Hub. So just a few minutes for telling the story behind. This idea of using the space as a space, which was proposed by Baron Kominek, is something that I think is very interesting. And we already tried to experience with this topic last year, because it was clear also after the COVID restrictions that the people were really needing open spaces where, like, to walk around, where to connect to other people and so on. So we started to think of something that could be more than not just a power plant, something that could go, that could be perceived by people as a space for living. And then in Italy, agrivoltaics was a very hot topic, and agrivoltaics, as you can see, is can have many different phases. The technology is very flexible. The industry offers a variety of solutions, and you can include people. In a way, people are already included in an agrivoltaic project because you have farmers that normally you don't have in a photovoltaic plant. In April 2021, Enea launched, with the support of ETA Florence Renewable Energies, the Italian Network for Sustainable Agrivoltaics, which is the first such a network in Europe. The intention was trying to build the knowledge on this topic, which was quite new, but we also set up a vision, the Enea vision, in which we have three different dimensions altogether: landscape, energy, and agriculture. Whereas the most of other energy agencies were focusing on energy and food, disregarding landscape. For us, landscape is a kind of keyword, as we are in Italy, as I said already. And we, in this network, we try to also set collaborations with private subjects, private stakeholders interested in developing demonstration projects on agrivoltaics. And what was the idea behind? So normally you have a space which is just photovoltaics, sometimes it can be agrivoltaics. And normally in the program of the project, there is only the technical part, but the part that is really the experience that the people can do is missing. So normally, let's say, the role of the architect, and in particular of the landscape architect, is trying to mitigate the negative effects of photovoltaics, so to mitigate, whereas we thought it was possible to design something that is in principle already beautiful, the way it is designed, that has not to be mitigated, but it's a kind of a catalyst of other features of the landscape which can be emphasized by the project. So we started with a program where we had several different topics. Regarding the agrivoltaics, we thought that a change in perspective, so a change in the mindset could be calling this kind of approach, not agrivoltaic plant, but agrivoltaic garden. So by garden, we use a word which is something well known in the landscape culture, but in general, it's something that everybody can understand. We know what is a garden. So a garden is a place where people go, where people can do things, people can just enjoy nature, or can be a place where people can meet each other. So in the program of the competition, because we launched then a landscape competition, we asked in a very clear way that the area should have at least 3 different grades, let's say, of use of the land. So one is for production, agrivoltaics. Another one is for people to meet each other, kind of in between space. And the third part was just for contemplation of nature. So from a technical point of view, we would say a space for biodiversity, but from a philosophical point of view, we would say a place for spirituality. So a place for connecting with nature. So we found in our path Neururale Hub, and Fabrizio Pravettoni is replacing Piero Manzoni, who is ill, from Neururale Hub. And Neururale Hub is a very special reality in Italy, as Fabrizio will tell, because it's a place where the company, instead of taking from nature, which is normally what we do, because we try to exploit nature as much as possible, they gave nature something back by renaturalizing 500 hectares out of 1,400 hectares of an area in the Pianura Padana, which was mainly devoted to monoculture. So transforming a landscape which is completely flat into something wild and, let's say, 3-dimensional, because it was not 3-dimensional anymore. Then another point of our project was that we wanted to find a tool for a medium, not a tool for bringing people close to our topics, so to get the topic familiar to people. So we also asked an artist, who is also here, Matteo Baroni, to realize an artwork here in this area that is like the first seed of this garden at Neururale Hub, and it will be also presented in the afternoon. To do important projects, you need a very good friends, I think, and a very good supporter and friend here was the Italian National Institute of Architecture, which helped us as the secretary of the project of the design competition in organizing the design competition. So it's my pleasure to introduce Massimo Locci, who is the director of the Italian National Institute of Architecture.
Good afternoon. I'm only the scientific committee director. But here with me today, there are Beatrice Fumarola, the National Secretary, and Francesco Rufino, the National Coordinator, who worked a lot for this competition. I also send you greetings from our president, Andrea Margaritelli. He has been always concerned on environmental issues. Indeed, during his presidency, he had promoted a permanent initiative called Green Table, in which we had to try to find synergies between architecture, landscape design, environmental science, and economics. Thanks to the participation of several important personalities, these roundtables confirm that every architectural intervention in the landscape has a repercussion in every in the ecosystem, and therefore every development program has its limits. I use those confirm, conscious that the Club of Rome in the 50 years ago reached those conclusions. The report, as you know, is entitled "The Limit to Grow." That famous report was coordinated by Aurelio Piccei, who headed the Club of Rome, and at the same time was the president of our institute. And so, in times of greenwashing, I would like to remind that environmental sensibility is part of our DNA. The National Institute is active from 60 years, more than 6 years, and is known for its battle for the urban space quality, for landscape protection, which include, of course, agricultural areas. In multiple events, we have highlighted that reconciling development and limits means above all to contain energy consumption and develop renewable sources. I briefly list some of them. In 98, the competition Il Sole e l'Habitat. 90 followed the exhibition of 162 experimental projects focused on solar energy usage. In 98-4, the exhibition ENARC, acronym means energy inseparable from architecture, who presented first in Italy the principle of biclimatic architecture. Among recent commitments, several editions of a master named Lo Spazio Informe, the green table already mentioned, and the call for ecological conservation of territories. It's evident here in Italy that regulations are obsolete and construction processes are outdated. Both the urban planning rules and approval process are no longer adequate. They need to be rethought. The lack of attention and care for environmental depends on government, but also on users, even by architects. Up until a few years ago, design practices didn't follow the most elementary principle for energy containment. Not to mention urban regeneration, which have become a chimera. As an institute, we support the need to transform, adapt, upgrade, scrape, rottamare, a large part of existing building stock. These days, many are talking about the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which has finally placed the ecological transition at the center of its philosophy. And so on is a very important opportunity for our nation. However, the project will be conditioned by two significant aspects: implementation agenda and authorization procedures. The first has determined that most of the proposals included in the program are projects that have been already approved before, even for years or decades. The second weakness is concerning the approval process for the potential cross vetoes by superintendents, local authorities, and even environmental associations. The effectiveness of this measure, however, can be measured only in upcoming years. For now, only the eco-bonus mechanism, the so-called 110%, is giving a tangible effect. Therefore, we state with strength that if you don't want to transform the ecological transition into an empty war, the reconversion must be encouraged in any way. For the aforementioned reason, and because of its history, the National Institute of Architecture supported the agrivoltaic for no-arc competition, which provide interesting solution for such a relevant and complex theme. In a synergistic photovoltaic logic, architectural production and landscape quality can and must coexist. Without forced or futuristic technological projection, the competition results show an array of complex proposals and concretely effective solutions. Last but not least, the agrophotovoltaic, if applied to peri-urban cultivation areas, becomes a true green infrastructure. It represents a further potential for landscape and city regeneration. Even more, if applied in synergy with advanced agriculture, in particular the vertical farm, within disused industrial buildings. The competition will make an important contribution to the world of design on a subject less investigated. We hope to make other similar competition in the future. The so-called agritettura, said in Italy, can contribute also to city development, as clearly highlighted by the exhibition Countryside the Future, curated by Rem Koolhaas at the Guggenheim Museum in New York. I have finished my address. Before finalizing, I have to list and thank the panel of the competition jury. I wrote Fabrizio Cembalo Sambiase, Italian Association of Landscape Architecture, Daniela Di Cosmo, Municipality of Giussago, Fausto Ferruzza, Legambiente, Matteo Marini, Neo Rurale Hub, Annalisa Metta, our representative INARC, Elizabeth Monoyan and Robert Ferry, Land Art Generation Initiative, Heinz Ossenbrink, Research Center of European Commission, Alessandra Scognamil, LNEA, Sven Stremka, Amsterdam Academy of Architecture, Christian Thiel, Research Center of European Commission. Thank you.
So thank you, Massimo. I think he highlighted the two important points. One is that regulations are obsolete with regard to buildings in Italy. That is something very important. I think also the landscape preservation regulation maybe are a bit obsolete because they do not consider environmental issues. And then also that the projects approved in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan are already old in a way. And the third one, I forgot to mention, the third one is that the potential of peri-urban areas such as the one we are investigating in this competition are very important. I would like to add that we had several endorsements that you can see on our website, including like Regione Lombardia, Ministry of Ecological Transition, Ministry of Forestry and Agriculture, Comune di Giussago, which is the municipality where we work, Lega Ambiente, Società Italiana Tecnologia dell'Architettura. I don't know if I'm forgetting someone, but I would like to highlight that we didn't have the endorsement of the Ministry of Culture, with the clear motivation that they are against agrivoltaics because they think it's something that is against landscape, even if our was an architectural design competition. I think it's important. Before handing over Fabrizio Pravettoni, representing Rurale Hub, the sponsor of the promoter of our competition, I would like also to thank Beatrice Fumarola, National Coordinator of the Italian National Institute of Architecture, always very flexible and available for collaborations. So now Fabrizio, Rurale Hub.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fabrizio Pravettoni from Rurale Hub Symbiosi. I'm the head of the business unit Renewable Energy, and I'm really pleased to be here. First of all, I want to tell you that our CEO is really sad not to be here, but unfortunately this night he doesn't feel really well, so due to the risk to the COVID, he preferred not to come. And also I want to apologize for my English due to the fact that I work in the Italian panorama for a lot of years, probably is less fluent than it was in the past. But what about Symbiosi and Rurale Hub? Symbiosi has a mission that is to create a model to transform rural areas from commodity to sustainability activators. In the common thought, we think that rural areas is just a place of land where agriculture activity take place, but where there isn't much more. And in this way, unfortunately, we are wasting a lot of resourcing and optimization possibilities. In our model in Symbiosi, rural territories are no more providing only food, but also ecosystem services. So in this way, peri-urban areas can become territories where obviously we want to continue producing food, considering that in the prospect we will see that in 2050, 10 billion of people will inhabit the world, and we'll need to have 60% more of food to feed the entire population. But in Symbiosi, we also have to have CO2 absorption, waste reutilization, material, soil and water saving, renewable energy production, and increased biodiversity, landscapes, and welfare. Practically, we create around the city smart areas that provide innovative service to the industries, to the farmers, city and metropolises of tomorrow. Everything began as an experiment in 1995, where, as Alessandra told you before, 100 hectares of the river valley of the Po has been recreated, the biodiversity and the environment of the year 1000. And doing that, we have learned that nature is the only one able to optimize the use of all the natural resources altogether. So what we are trying to do now, we are trying to do what nature does in optimizing the use of resourcing, doing the same with our technologies and practices. In our territory, we absorb about 26,000 tons of CO2, and we recover and reuse nutritional elements from waste. We save 40% of irrigation water. We don't use insecticides, and we produce renewable energy from 3 megawatt of installed plants, which are going to become 10 megawatt, at least 10 megawatt in 2023. And agrivoltaic follow the same concept, putting two distinct activities in symbiosis. Agrivoltaics allow to food production together with energy production, protecting the culture from the effect of climate changes. It will also decrease water evaporation without disturbing biodiversity. But this wasn't enough for Neural Lab and Symbiosi. We want an agrivoltaic completely integrated with the environment and that could also be used by the community around our territory. So this is why we decided to create this competition with Enea in Arche and Dieta Florence, idea born with Alessandra when Enea came to visit our area some months ago. And we are very satisfied and happy that we did it. I want to thank all the people involved in the project, the developers of the proposal received, and also Remtech and Solar Elite for their contribution. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Fabrizio. So we now change very quickly the scene. So thank you for being here. I ask the next speakers, so Matteo Baroni, Agata Buscemi, B2B Architettura, Fabiano Spano, Studio Alami, and Matteo Pedaso, Land Italia, to join me on the podium. So and here comes the interesting part. We have the presentations of the three finalist projects, and then the wording ceremony. So the first presentation is given by Matteo Baroni, who I trust is very emotional. Yeah. So we will be seeing something that is very special. So an artwork, which is, as I said, the first seed of this agrivoltaic garden at Neurale Hub. And if we are ready,
yeah, I am.
Matteo, the floor is yours.
This is passed away, moment. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So yes, as Alessandra was saying, I am quite emotional being here. Not very used to this kind of speech and this kind of environment, because the first thing I'm going to say is, what is art good for? Am I close enough? So what is art good for in today's society? In a world dominated by function and by purpose, one wonders what art's use might be. And in fact, what is an artist doing at a conference about renewable energy, as you might say? Because when I first met Alessandra, that's the first question that came to my mind. And but nonetheless, I'm here actually to present my participation to this wonderful project, the project of Arca di Noè, for which I created a sculpture during my month stay in the Cascina d'Arzena, which is where Neo Rurale lies. And as you can see, I generally avoid talking about my work or presenting my work. I find that rather distasteful and quite out of place. I much prefer to leave that task to somebody else, somebody more fitted. And besides, I put a lot of time and work into the sculptures I create, that I feel it would be a shame if I didn't leave them the opportunity to express themselves. And so I decided that today I'm just going to tell the story of how this sculpture was created. So of a quite unexpected but fruitful collaboration, which happened between Neururale, Enea, Dieta Florence, and Inarca and myself. And that led to the creation of, to transforming an ambitious idea into substantially a significant landmark. So at the end of the presentation, I'm going to show you some slides that depict the process that I followed to create this sculpture, which I hope will give you food for thought. So when I first met Alessandra, she explained to me how difficult it was to receive support over projects that regarded solar panels. Disinformation or simply lack of information had misled the public into thinking negatively about this technology and into having preconceptions about its use. And to her understanding, since the problem seemed correlated with communication, solutions or possible solutions could have been found within a cultural or artistic domain. And here I am. So to her intuition, by siding to projects, innovative projects such as the one here today, culturally significant events, one would or could create opportunities for the public to reconsider and rethink their opinions over the moral and ethical implications on which this technology is based. And I think it was for my dedication to topics such as the environment and a better usage of natural resources that I was asked for an opinion. I have just finished in June a sculpture in the Giardino Torrigiani, which effectively started as a sculpture, but became a sort of tool for the mitigation of climate. So it refreshes the air, it creates areas for the people, green areas for the people to stay together and everything. And so I believe this is what drew me here. And I think Alessandra was curious to see if ideas that somehow could contribute to a change of heart over the negative perception of this technology could come from the world of art. First idea that came to my mind was to create a sculpture park, open to the public, one that would connect the natural and the technological areas of Neorurales land. To me, this was a way of showing this deeper connection between nature, art, and science that all followed the same principle, that they were created by making the best use of the already available resources on site. And so in order to create such a sculpture park, I devised an artist residence program in which participants are invited on site to develop their ideas and to create a work of art that at the end of the residence will permanently stay on the land. And the only guidelines for them to follow are the principles of upcycling, which is what I follow since 2007. Upcycling is to reuse discarded materials in such a way as to create a product of higher quality or value than the original. And surely transforming worthless material into works of art is a means to redefine the value of the available resources. But in my experience, it's much more than this, because moreover, it triggers a process of greater inventiveness and creative opportunities for the artists. So firstly, to use only what is available on site at a very low handling cost is a way to address the financial burden that too often limits the possibilities of research and expression for artists. Another restriction is the fact that in every creative process, artists are forced to use only the materials that they know or that they see. In my line of work, I always have to look at things as if for the first time. And actually, it's the material itself that most of the times points out to me what the best use to make of it. What is the best use to make of it? And the final thing is the fact that having to leave the comfort of your acquired skills and the practicality of using specific materials pushes one to develop new techniques and to learn how to use materials in a different way, in an unconventional way. And to me, just like in the work in Giardino Torrigiani, it leads to many discoveries which turned out very practical and useful in my work. And so the work I'm here to present today Actually, first, let me just say this, because from Pantaleo to Kivius, many themes came out, and some of you might recognize at this point similarities between solutions found within an artistic context with the ones found within a scientific one. And somehow, but not surprisingly, everything leads to the same principles on which circular economy is based. And again, I find this very interesting, but not surprising. The work I'm here to present today was entirely made with discarded material found locally. It is the first sculpture of what will hopefully become the first upcycling sculpture park in Italy. And it depicts an Eurasian bittern. It's a tarabuso in Italian. It's a heron. And it's called Lord of the Marshes, how ornithologists like to refer to him. And I depicted him in his standing position. So he's standing on his legs with his beak pointing to the sky, which is his hunting position he holds motionlessly for hours. And actually in nature, the plumage and the peculiar pose make him close to invisible when he stands amongst the reeds that grow in wetlands. To me, this bird represents most of all the symbol of Giuseppe Natta's extraordinary work. For over 30 years, this visionary man has patiently restored the natural habitats of his land to the state they were in 1,000 years back. All of this in the hope of seeing its original wildlife presence restored. And for years, he could witness the return of his beloved species of birds, insects, and plants, learning gradually from nature and seeing the progressive benefits that could be obtained by a balanced ecosystem. And yet, one of his favorite herons, the rarest of them all, the Eurasian bittern, had still to be seen at the Casinazza. It took most of those 30 years for the bird to finally return and eventually nest again in the restored wetlands, ultimate proof that he had succeeded in his commendable cause. So this is why I chose the Lord of the Marshes as a subject for my sculpture. It is a symbol of a lifelong dedication to the preservation of nature and my personal tribute to a man that has shown us all the most noble side of our species. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Matteo, for bringing this kind of spirit in our day. And just to give a background information which was given for granted. Neurorurale Hub is in the area of Fondazione Giulio Natta. And Giulio Natta was a Nobel Prize for chemistry. And he invented the Moplen, which is a kind of plastic. So his son Giuseppe had a kind of karmic debit to nature. And he was the one who wanted this area to be renaturalized. And now we are very thrilled to have the presentations of the 3 finalist projects. So the first person I would like to introduce is Agata Buscemi, B2B Architettura. She is the group leader of the project A Rising Landscapes.
Thank you, Alessandra. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the competition organizers, the media partners and sponsors for the chance they give us to reflect together on our future challenges, to discover our other realities and different approaches and perspectives. We are very pleased to share in this international context the long experience of our team in landscape design, ecology, process management, and now in the field of agrivoltaic landscapes. Today, we glimpse a rising landscapes. Our transdisciplinary learning process in agrivoltaic landscape started in 2018 is inspired by beauty and nature. We focus on emerging trends in scientific, ecological, technological research for landscape design. Experiencing an evolutionary transition, we need to adapt our approach, as you said. Our approach on landscape, reducing impacts and integrating better our actions into nature. How you said, why can we do things like nature does? How can we create an efficient and beautiful landscape like nature does? These are our reflections and concerns we are always trying to answer, wondering how nature processes extremely sophisticated and amazing could support our inspiration. The project area is part of the Neurorurale Hub, the first environment producer that represent a singular context for innovation. Due to its size and geometry, the plot is representative of this agricultural pattern, and so a coherent development model going a step forward can be extended to future actions on this territory. So our proposal arises by the comprehension of the adaptative process of landscape, its ecologic and cultural evolution. Understanding landscape evolution is important to recognize the most significant elements and dynamics that determines its transformation, as well as the composition and characteristic of its community. In the recent decades, in this hub, innovation has enabled the development of technologies and solutions that have reduced the impact on the entire food supply chain. But this has been possible also thanks to a gradual process of naturalization that has led to a significant increasement in biodiversity and ecological services. Predominantly agricultural crops have given way to wetlands and forests. This is really unbelievable. So currently, with this tendency, based on an ecological approach of landscape planning, our proposal aims first and foremost at improving and strengthening connectivity in the west-east direction, starting by the already existing Parco Sud Milano connector and creating a new one in the south. To achieve this goal, along these new axes, the proposal aims to reinforce ecological processes, balancing and controlling disturbances caused by human activities. Then, as the urgent challenge we face we have two challenges: the reduction of biodiversity loss and the mitigation of the negative impact of human activities on landscape. The proposal focuses on much more specific strategies and issues. In line with the Sustainable Development Goals, the recognition of environmental and landscape dynamics and values have served to shape the proposal based on the simultaneous consideration of three aspects: the green infrastructure, the ecosystem services, and the nature-based solution. The concept of green infrastructure introduces targets addressed to enhance biodiversity by strengthening natural areas connection, thereby increasing wildlife mobility in wider landscape, promote a better quality of life and well-being in the landscape where people live and work, recognize and enhance the cultural element of interest, and counteract the effects of climate change. Afterwards, the ecosystem services provide a solid orientation when defining and planning actions and design criteria, allowing a quantitative evidence of how each one contributes to landscape improvement. In this case, we recognize a wide range of ecosystem services and the potential trend of higher quality environment and greater social and economic possibilities. The innovative services of our Rural Hub, which have been consolidated over time, will be implemented and displayed in a new space that will invite different users to interact and discover the multiple relationships with the natural and cultural world of the place. So the actions foreseen in this valuable mosaic will contribute, for instance, regarding the green areas, to create spaces that on one hand will enhance biodiversity and ecological connectivity, and on the other will ensure people's comfort. Concerning mobility, if at large scale the aim is to dynamize and improve relations between the different communities and the hub with a structured network, at local scale is to modulate frequency according to the preservation gradient of the designed habitat. Similarly, within the agricultural landscape, functional and management criteria are established to ensure agricultural benefits and promote local culture. Within the area, the nature-based solutions are the key to restore, regulate, and maintain ecosystems' functionality and efficiency. The use of draining light-colored paving, the planting of native species, the use of technology for monitoring are the expression of the new trends in efficiency and sustainable design. This territory is rich in terms of flora and fauna. We've recognized almost 900 species. The idea is underlying the proposal then is the constitution of gradient habitats. The forest at the entrance in the north, while preserving the existing canopy, is reinforced with other species to enhance biodiversity. Meanwhile, the semi-humid and humid habitats will act as corridor and refuge for the wild fauna. Just at the end of the agricultural area, relaxation, entertainment, and observation points are designed to encourage the enjoyment of nature, but without providing internal routes to preserve the biodiverse space. These three levels of ecological complexity, considering ecosystems' progressive maturation, will be reinforced over time by the interactions envisaged and monitored. To boost landscape efficiency anyway, the different areas of activity are planned and designed with different use intensity, balancing natural and anthropic dynamics in each case. Keeping energy and agricultural production at the center of the plot, relevant anthropic disturbances in the northwestern sector are balanced by allocating part of the agricultural field in the southern area to natural space. This, in continuity with the area to the east, will enhance the natural dynamics in the west-east direction. Mobility within the area is articulated in two paths. The first one welcomes various activities and fosters the greatest flow of people. Along the path, according to a didactic scientific entertainment program, the design of the wetlands helps to recreate different horizons that we can see here. Then the second path, just for energy and agricultural production and maintenance, thus less frequented, will help to preserve the natural dynamics of the wetlands as much as possible. As during the works, the plot will be compromised by possible soil movements and compaction necessary to build up the energy infrastructure, considering that the plot is integrated into an organic farming system, is proposed the practice of green manure cultivation into the crop rotation. So once completed the installation of the photovoltaic infrastructure, the rotation will start with the cultivation of green manure. The crop rotation sequence will increase organic matter content and soil fertility, reducing fertilizer input. Moreover, thanks to the deep roots of the plants and the supply of nitrogen, the soil structure and drainage will be improved, as well as its composition, minimizing pressure from adventitious flora. Agrivoltaic landscape design is relatively complex. We have seen today the different interventions. First, it is necessary to combine solar infrastructure with crops to optimize land use. Their composition must be adjusted to meet the desired yield and quality objectives. In this case, combining rice crop with the PV panels, thanks to the equivalent land ratio, we know that soil yield increases at 21.57% compared to single use. On the other hand, the occupancy of the panels on the plot must be less than the 20% to limit the negative effect of shading on the crop. In fact, the rice yield is positively related to solar radiation, while shading significantly affects its main component. Similarly, the tilt angle of the panels directly affects their yield, as well as the energy production. So to maximize this parameter is proposed a tilt angle of 33 degrees. This tilt turns out to be the optimal to obtain the maximum benefit in terms of energy and agricultural productivities, and thus economic performance. Moreover, as far as the photovoltaic system is concerned, the east-west orientation of the structure and the arrangement of the panels in a north-south direction ensure maximum use of solar radiation, homogeneity of shading, and an energy production efficiency of 99.71%. The structure, with the sides of 9 per 9 meters and 4.58, ensures the optimization of the agricultural tasks, thanks to the use of the same machinery employed in the adjacent fields. Finally, as rice does not benefit from shade, panels arrangement is fixed. This solution simplifies and reduces both installation costs during the purchase and assembly of the equipment and maintenance costs, as less maintenance and supervision staff is required. Finally, to monitor the effect of photovoltaic shading on the different crops, especially during hot and dry summers, when the agrivoltaic system has a beneficial impact on production yields, sensors are integrated into the photovoltaic system. The economic assessment, it fits with the competition forecast. We are talking about approximately 2,500,000 euros, but the main advantage of our proposal, however, is that it shows how, by managing landscape complexity, the interaction and needs of its different components, we can sustain ecosystem services. Introducing ecosystem services into the business model does not represent an additional cost, but an economic advantage, as it increases the income related to the ecological and social benefits that we can develop. This is an important aspect to stimulate the interest of private companies in implementing sustainable solutions, creating shared value from the landscape. This ecological business model, capable of improving both private and public benefits, requires a transdisciplinary approach to share knowledge across the different stakeholders and bridge the information gap of a sectoral perspective, creating an holistic vision of the involved professional skills and experiences, as Christian said before. Its proper implementation needs the joint effort of all economic stakeholders, together with technical and scientific experts, to promote and boost multifunctional land use in agrivoltaic fields. We need to drive innovation from a deeper knowledge of our living nature, a solid sharing economy, cross-sectoral opportunities of cooperation and reciprocity, and new technologies to improve transformations and performances of management and monitoring processes. Achieve a clean energy means achieve an ecosystem services that supply humans, supply people. Consider these issues will help us in our transition to the future. In this new dimension, Neururale Hub, we hope, can be the efficient and sustainable landscape producer. Thank you.
Thank you, Agatha, for the presentation. We now go to the second speaker, the second designer, Fabiano Spano, Studio Alami Group Leader. The name of the project is A-Grid Agrivoltaics and Landscapes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, the competition organizers, because I think you set up something really unique. And it's really, really uncommon to have such a subject for architecture and landscape competition. And I'm thank you for being here. It's an honor for us of being here and together also with these great colleagues. And thank you, my amazing team that worked with me to this project. I think anybody of you knows Studio Alami. We are a small practice of architecture and landscape based in Lecce, in Puglia region, and since few years also in Milan. But actually, we are a network. We are a network of experts and professionals that we set up specifically for this competition. We work with these people since a long time. We started our work on photovoltaics back in 2006 in Barcelona, where we studied the self-sufficient habitat design at the IAC Institute. Our start of the research about photovoltaic systems started from this matrix. This matrix for us is a tool of design, because we want to make a statement. Why we are designing all photovoltaic system at a fixed orientation and repetitive and flat? This is for us a technical simplification, but we can do something more, something different. So analyzing the productivity of the photovoltaic panels of different angles, different tilt, different azimuth. So assuming that we have some losses in production, but we take under control these losses, we can design much more a higher variety of architectural shapes. So we start to practice with these tools with research and low-tech construction systems. We started at low scale, the construction of temporary pavilion and installation. We worked with self-construction. We worked with low-tech construction techniques, parametric design. And we start to do things with our hands because it was the only way to put these things in practice, this knowledge. So here you can see some very, very quick sample of what we have done in the first years of our experience with the photovoltaics. So you can see, I mean, we really believe that we can integrate photovoltaic panels into buildings, into public spaces, into landscape, and we want to demonstrate it. So we face the most complex things, like putting photovoltaics into an old building. This is a cultural center in Lecce, and to build a large-scale structure only with hand tools. So this is a workshop of 15 days with colleagues, architects, where we designed and prototyped and built this large-scale structure that has to be lightweight, only with our hands. And then we moved to composite materials, so inventing a construction technique to build this fiberglass pipe structure with light integrated inside for a temporary pavilion for public events at zero energy. Then we moved, of course, to medium-scale building and landscape projects. So here you can see a project of a stadium, a project of a headquarters of a renewable energy company in Lecce, and then a social housing in Lecce with carbon neutral design and a renovation of a quarry. But now let's go back to the topic of the competition. Which is the agricultural landscape of today. Agricultural landscape of today is becoming more and more artificial. Climate change actually is fostering this tendency because we need to protect crops. We need to add agrotextiles on top of the crops. At the same time, agrivoltaic and photovoltaic right now looks pretty much the same, and I think this is a problem. Challenging these places, such amazing places, we believe really that a different approach is not only possible, but is mandatory. The landscape that we are working on is very rich in visual terms because it's rich in colors, is rich in shapes, because actually we have these green rooms built with the green infrastructure around each plot. And then we have water that creates really amazing visual effects with reflection and refraction. So we have the above that reflects on the below, so the image doubles. So it's really incredible in visual terms. And going deep into the landscape semiology analysis, we can see that we noticed that the work that Neorurale Hub have done of blending together ecological system and agricultural system made a really interesting patchwork of lens of green elements and perception. And both it's shaped by the feelings and the empties, and by the grid that is done by the green hallways, by the roads, and etc. So we got to abstraction, so taking out some images from this landscape, some shapes, and morphing. So scaling down these images to our plot and morphing this grid, adapting that to the specific condition of the plot. So we have constraints done by the pipeline and the electrical line, and we have the needs of connection between the important ecological areas on the side of our plot. So moving on, our project is designed as a canopy that adapts to the site plot. Through this adaptation, so we can see that we use the structure that supports the photovoltaic system as a land acupuncture, as a place of enhancing the ecological functions of this land. And the cable tensed structure that is supported by this structure hosts the solar panels. So the configuration that we propose can go through a 3 megawatt power for a full system of solar panels, fully covered, with a percentage of cover of 21.7%, to a more open configuration of only 2.25 megawatt power. In both cases, this structure that we designed based on cable nets allows us to put the photovoltaics very spread on the surface, to avoid the shadow on the rice field. So this tensile structure deriving have several points of interest for us. So first of all, we can put wider span, wider distance between the supports. So this means facilitating the agriculture on the bottom. Then we have this organic geometry that blends much more easily into the landscape. Then we have the form-finding structure, and as I show you in the bottom, each support creates a kind of ecological islands spread into the rice field. Here you can see more in detail. We can see the superstructure that blends together with the ecological infrastructure already built on the border of the field. And you can see this skywalk that finally allows to cross through the site and enjoy the panoramic view on the marshes on the side of the project. Here you can see a first image of what it means. Let's go back one moment to this matrix, because as I told you before, everything comes from this matrix. So this is the portion of the matrix that we choose as an acceptable variation of orientation of the solar panels. Each one of the module of this structure is arranged into 3 PV arrays, with each part with an homogeneous energy production connected to an inverter on each string. Each inverter have 3 MPPT for a single module of the structure. Then, as I told you, this this geometry is perfect for integrating also the agrotextiles and fostering the thermal control and the microclimate control below the canopy. In terms of irradiance reduction to the soil, we can get minus 18.7%, which is pretty good for the rice production. As you see here, the spread of the photovoltaic panels create an homogeneous shadow on the ground, so without creating spot areas into the cultivation. In terms of energy production, we have, of course, this system have a less production than a standard orientation system. So confronting with a system oriented at 37 degrees south, we have a loss of about 8.5%. But I think we can even improve a little bit more the curvature of the surface to get a less loss. Another thing, climate change. Climate change is not, is here. Here you can see an image of Pianura Padana in 2020, and here you can see the same picture in 2022. As I told you, our system is made for fighting the climate change. So we can use this system as an infrastructure for cultivating using less water. We analyzed with agronomists the different phase of the rice cultivation. So in every phase, our structure gives a specific function. For example, into the sowing phase, we can get a cooler climate below the canopy. Into the developing phase, we can reduce the water evaporation of the soil, so reducing the amount of water needed. And during the harvesting phase, we can get higher temperature, which helps the rice to get to production. Now, I want to stop to bore you with this technical stuff, and let me just show you some images.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Fabiano. And we will go to the next project, the last one. So last but not least, Matteo Pedaso, Land Italia. And the project is Energy Tracks, a green blue energy infrastructure for the productive landscapes of the future.
Ci dovrebbe essere una presentazione. La trovo da solo? Sì, ok. Good evening to everyone. I'm Matteo Pedaso. I'm a partner of Land Italia. Land is an international landscape consultancy service firm based in Italy, Germany, and Switzerland. We work on landscape since 1990. So there is almost 30 years that we are involved in landscape issue. Our proposal is, the title is Energy Tracks, a green-blue energy infrastructure for the productive landscape of the future. The design team consists of Land as a lead partner, and Ambiente Italia, that is environmental consultancy firm based in Milan. And our proposal is intended as a contribution to large-scale development of agrivoltaic combined with landscape strategy and design to accelerate the ecological and energy transition. Because we are living in a challenging time, as it's clear, the effects of the climate crisis are in front of us. as well as of those of energy crisis. So it's time to act. There is no time to waste. And landscape design can play a decisive role in guiding choices toward ecological and energy transition by combining ethics and aesthetics. Landscape, in fact, is our living natural and cultural heritage, and its proper planning can help meet many challenges. Sustainable development, thanks to nature-based solution that to attract a lot of investment in green transition, risk mitigation, reducing risk, hydrological risk and cost associated with natural catastrophes, enhancing resilience in order to make urban and rural community more resilient to the effect of climate change, and of course, circular economy. Landscape, in our vision, especially in Italy, must not only be preserved and protected, but must become productive again. It must be designed, implemented, and managed to provide ecological, social, and economic benefits. These are the pillar of our thinking and our proposal. And here we are. This is the area of intervention. And as we know, the area is a piece of countryside, but if we read on a large scale, it's clear that we are within one of the most urbanized, infrastructured, and polluted areas in Europe. And within in the middle of this mega city region, there is the metropolitan area of Milan. And that is not only the 180 square kilometers of municipality of Milan where we are, but is a huge metropolitan urban area characterized with a lot of urban polarities and a lot of different kind of open spaces with different characteristics from north to south and a rich blue network. As we can see, in the south, there is a neo-rural hub, so it's part of these metropolitan territories. And we, at first, have imagined a multifunctional green corridor connecting Milano to Pavia, our energy tracks, as a living lab where an integrated multifunctional energy landscape approach could be tested. A large corridor where we integrate new usable open space, water management, new nature, a slow mobility system, and a long strip of photovoltaic panels to serve local energy community. So our approach starts from a territorial strategy, and the goal is work with what already exists on the territory to cultivate an integrated multifunctional strip of water, nature, culture, and energy that optimize land use, and they can guide the development of agrivoltaic, avoiding fragmentation and the impact on the landscape. Since we mentioned, someone mentioned before the issue about authorization, so that could be a guideline for improve employment the agri-photovoltaic. Where else to test an innovative proposal, if not in a place of innovation? This is our question. And the NeuroLab is a right place, in our opinion, to try to coordinate a set of landscape energy integration action following the soul that has characterized this place as a place of innovation through nature. In fact, it's quite clear from less than 20 years that the situation has totally changed, working on soil, water, and nature. These are our pillars. This is the project site, as we know, and the tissue of this landscape is characterized mainly by linear blue-green elements in the middle of the agricultural fields, and the punctual system of rural architecture. And our tracks is quite simple. Everything starts from water, green line, this one, that we want to improve tree lines, linear forest, and shrubs and nature biodiversity, and of course, the new paths for slow mobility to connect the site to the context. And in the middle, there is this space, this room where to realize a long strip of agri-photovoltaic that could be served a huge rural renewable energy communities. So could be a really new energy infrastructure as a sort of symbol as icon to the new era that we have to live, and we have to improve a lot of this kind of solution. This is the reference landscape as the traditional well-managed rural landscape that is a rice field that, in our opinions, could be an opportunity for innovation. So this is the existing condition with the water system, and we want to connect at first this piece of land with the context and enhancing some and create some touch point, as we know, this part, an entrance plaza, a viewpoint as Belvedere that allow to perceive and to be aware about photovoltaic and transfer knowledge and data on agri-photovoltaics works. Then there is nature, a different kind of nature, a strong boundary on the west side, improving and the biodiversity and nature as the neural hub has already done in the rest of the areas, and other small piece island of green that could be enter in the area as a finger and as a biodiversity axis, and to the north a community vegetable garden to create a space for community. And of course, at the end, the two kind of photovoltaic system, photovoltaic grid to the north and photovoltaic axis that we are well ordered inside the areas. This is the result, and is a space where society, new nature, agriculture, energy production can coexist, and could be a project, a pilot project to develop at first a landscape management process, and of course where there is a lot of space. This is a visualization of our proposal. So this is a piece of the energy tracks, and of course could be area where biodiversity could be improved with a wildlife-oriented design, because we know that biodiversity is under threat, so we have to preserve and promote also this kind of issues. And this is our proposal to help to make sustainability policy measurable, visible, and why not beautiful. Thank you very much.
So thank you all for the presentations. Now it's just the moment of the wording ceremony. So I ask our promoter, Rurale Hub, Fabrizio Pravettoni, to come here. Fabrizio will deliver the first prize, which is the realization of the project, so the commitment to realize the project. Andrea Faini, General Manager Solar Elite, sponsor of the second prize. Giancarlo Ghidesi, co-founder and CEO of Remtech, sponsor of the third prize. And we have also a top award. So I also ask Novella Cappelletti. Novella Cappelletti is the chair of Paesage Topscape, and they wanted to give their own award, which is an award for communication to one of the projects. Allora, ci siamo messi tutti un po' incasinati. Tu sei Andrea. So now I don't know what is the best special organization for the pictures and for delivering the prizes. So I ask the three, sorry, I ask Agata and Matteo and Fabiano to stay close by because you have to deliver the prizes, otherwise you are too far away. So from my side, as the president of the jury, first I thank all the people who participated in jury. I thank again all the architectural offices that presented the prizes. Okay, so my role here is announcing the winners and reading the motivations, and then I will ask first Giancarlo, who is delivering the third prize, to deliver the prize. So the third prize goes to Land Italia, Energy Tracks, a green blue energy infrastructure for the productive landscapes of the future. Here is the motivation. The jury appreciated the clarity, the analytical approach, and the regional study. The strength of the project is the post-realization vision that pays particular attention to the involvement of the citizens' communities. There is yes. So before Giancarlo delivers the second part of the prize, I would like to have an agreement with Neururale Hub and our sponsors. So we really need a party at the site of Neururale Hub for celebrating the Tarabuso of Matteo and for celebrating the project with, of course, Agrivoltaic wine, please. Okay. Yeah, great. So if you want to, you have also, if you want to say something, Giancarlo. Ah. La giuria si attiva il microfono, questo mobile?
This is the first photovoltaic produced in the world. The grapes are grown under Agrivoltaics project in Virgilio, Mantova. And this is an honor for me to give you this present.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks to all the colleagues involved in this competition. Thank you very much.
So, second prize. So the second prize is sponsored by Solar Elite and goes to B2B. So the motivation for the second prize. The jury particularly appreciated the ecosystem approach, the fact that the project clearly and soberly expresses the use of the landscape and the replicability of the solutions. So thank you for your proposal.
I want to thank the jury, and we are connected with Barcelona, and I want to share this prize with Jordi Bellmun, my husband, and with our team, Isabel, Giuseppe, Thomas, and Patricio. Gracias.
So just to guess who is the first prize. So, so Fabrizio will deliver the first prize that go to Fabiano Spano, Studio Alami, and the project is A-Grid Agrivoltaics and Landscapes. The motivation is, imagine what the jury appreciated the innovative and creative aspect of the project that could simulate the imagination of the audience. The project is fascinating and shows the ambition to get beyond the state of the art of agrivoltaics. So this is a challenge for you. We want to see the project realized as you thought the project itself. The creative solution perfectly meets the criteria expressed by the announcement to combine the needs, naturalistic, environmental, recreational, social, and productive. The thorough analysis projected into the future relating to the cultivation of rice and the study of shadows was also appreciated. So now I ask Novella Cappelletti to announce the special Topscape award with the motivation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation. Our international review is very glad to be part of this initiative, since we are convinced that this theme is neuralgic for the next years of our country. The award for Topscape is not easy, but Topscape magazine awarded the mention special to the project Energy Tracks, a green-blue-green infrastructure for the productive landscape of the future. Forse, ecco.
Matteo, you have to come back.
Yeah. For this motivation, for the development of an integrated project that combined energy production with the increasing biodiversity, a project that look to the community, to tourist use, and to its future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's go. Potete aprirlo, Sì, certo. Questo è l'involucro. Ah, grazie. Grazie a lei. Arrivederci. Grazie.
So it's also my pleasure to inform all of you that the projects will be published in a special issue of Topscape. So finally we managed, after several years, I see also Hubert Aulich was trying to establish a relationship with Bauhaus. So we are succeeding in publishing something that is in between technology and architecture. So thank you, Novella, for supporting us. So I would like to make a small change. So I first ask Francesco to announce the solar architecture, and then I will ask Heinz Ossenbrink to come here for the wrap up and conclusions. So Francesco Frontini from SUPSI will announce the last part of the day. So be ready for experiencing photovoltaic architecture in Milan. Sorry, Francesco, considering that you are a friend, I didn't announce you properly. So Francesco is the manager of the International Energy Agency Task 15 on the use of photovoltaics in buildings. Sorry, just one last few minutes of attention so that Francesco can make his announcement.
Okay, thank you very much, Alessandra. And I'm really glad to be here and to have the opportunity to present a pretty new event that we are organizing together with ETH Florence, that we would like to thank a lot, and also with Enea, that give us also the opportunity to present this new idea within this beautiful platform. I don't want to take too much time because I think the day was very long for everyone and was really also impressive, and I really learned a lot from the different speaker of today. And what a better place than okay, let me check. Yeah, now it works. Good. So what a better place than Milano to organize a side event outside, but connected with the World Conference. You know, Milano is very famous for the Fuori Salone, so something that is happening around the city, where it's the city of fashion, of design, and we take the opportunity to organize what we call solar architecture. So it's a tour among part of the city where we would like to connect with people from the different with different experience that are working around the topic of the integration of renewable energy, especially photovoltaics, into building and into architecture. So what is about solar architecture? Solar architecture is a visit that we started here, but we would like to replicate everywhere. We are looking for partner for that. So if you have any project you would like to present, just contact us. I will share you the contact before. So because we would like really to move around Italy, but not just in Italy. We would like to go all over the world, if it's possible, to really connect people. So we would like to do that together with architects, professionals, manufacturer of photovoltaics modules, facade maker, university students from everywhere. And for sure, we would like to invite all different stakeholders in the construction sector, and not just for architects, but also engineer, physicists, and students. You can also contribute and collaborate with us. We are an open platform, so we are really glad to have some of you on board. If you think you have project or if you have idea to bring into the platform, or if you want also to support us organizing the second event. So where to go? We have created the first website for this special occasion, Solar Architecture Point IT. Where there was the opportunity to register it. Unfortunately, this first tour is sold out, so we don't have place anymore for this tour. But more will follow in the future. So please go to the platform and put your name and your contact, and you will be included in our list. So just to give you a very short idea of what we will do. So we are going to meet in the city center, and we are going to visit 4 projects around Milano, and then we will have the opportunity to discuss with the architect if he is available, with the module manufacturer, and with the people involved in the project, and we have the possibility to discuss, and maybe not, why not launch new project, a new idea. So yeah, you have a glimpse of what will be the tour that we start soon, immediately after this event. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Alessandra, for giving me the opportunity to launch this new experience. And as we learned today, energy is made for connect. So I would like to connect with you, if possible, after this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just a few seconds, again, I would like to thank first Angela Grassi and the team of ETA Florence for supporting on-site and also remotely. So also the team that is in Florence now, but helped us in having an hybrid event. So I would like to thank Raul Pantaleo. I really appreciated that he came and he gave us so much of inspiration. Vincent Chitio for organizing a session, which I like the idea of fuori salone, Francesco. So we are fuori conferenza, so just in parallel to the conference, but I think we gave a very important message overall. So I would like to thank Beatrice Fumarola, so Italian National Institute of Architecture, and the Italian National Institute of Architecture itself, and all our designers who embraced the idea of the design competition. I want to thank our promoter, Neururale Hub, and our sponsors. So the sponsor of Photovoltaics Forms Landscapes this year are European Energy and Remtech, and the sponsor of the second and third award, so Solar Elite and Remtech again, and also Novella Cappelletti for, we just knew each other in June during the Agrivoltaics conference in Piacenza, so it was a remote meeting, and we just got in touch, and she embraced also this idea of organizing an annual competition of landscape design. Last but not least, Heinz Ostenbrink, that has been supporting this event for several years now, and all the other speakers who participated in the panel discussion. So Heinz, the conclusion is yours.
Sorry, yeah, okay, now you hear me better. She was asking me to make the wrap up and conclusion. So let's drop the conclusions. I will go only for a wrap up and maybe a small personal conclusion on this. I'm with this activity here since its very first beginning, but I have to say today's event is almost the best. I say almost because the last one was in Venice and we could not quite match this surroundings, but thematically to have the word connect in the subtitle. We always had many subtitles, but this time it's connect. After years of 2 years of pandemic, we connect also people, but we connect also continents, as we have seen. And the occasion of a world conference, for this it was really, really due to get everything in a broader perspective. As you can see also in another title of this day, the larger societal context was so important. And I think it was very well shown today. I give you some of the highlights I've seen. The scene setter was certainly photovoltaics and what we are doing in the context of democracy and resilience. And I think this was a very striking thing, which put us also in a new perspective, which put also kind of encouragement of this particular event, which always kept its mind open beyond the efficiency tables and beyond the engineering task on it. Resilience meant also, this was addressed to the most vulnerable communities and cities and population we have, that of Africa. And Africa was a real newcomer to this event. And I thank Vincent and UN Habitat for so friendly supporting this one and give us this broader view what agrivoltaics actually meant for Africa. So I think they gave agrivoltaics a total new sense because it's an opportunity to develop agriculture there and together with energy and to put something into the hands of the population, of the citizen, instead of big companies, energy companies from the rest of the world. I think that was very important to show this larger societal context, the responsibility which we have as renewable people towards continents like Africa, which will suffer most from climate change. So speaking about climate change, we have this basically 3 lines covered, which is the how we want to live together in future, so UN Habitat. We have the survival part in principle. So what means food for us, for our future, by the participation of the Food and Agriculture Organization from Rome, but also the other big long-term issue which follows up climate change, biodiversity, and the environment at large. So basically, the major heart of sustainability, what do we leave, what a planet do we leave for the next generation, and what can we make for the good for things. So I think that was very well put together by the speakers that we are at the heart of trying to resolve issues in the future. We will not resolve everything. We will not resolve aggression, but we will resolve major issues which would make this planet more livable. Now, in the second part of the event today, we had a new paradigm. It's culture, landscape, and renewables. It seems to be separated things. And now this separation, this was connected. So culture, landscape, and renewables. First of all, for me, culture is also agriculture. And we had such a nice presentation from the United States with Jack's Solar Garden. This is agriculture, I would say. And this wouldn't happen without photovoltaics and its trend to get close to the people, to get close to the citizen, to get close to what we need to feed us and to make it one union. And certainly the part of landscaping became then its big part when we are talking about just witnessed all the work for the competition, which was launched some time ago. And because everything so far were words and some pictures, but this was now the real thing. So how do you connect landscapes, culture, and renewables? And we had the 3 very striking examples of what you can make out of this. If you put photovoltaics in your mind, if you know what you can do in landscaping and zoning, what it can provide for the citizen. You have seen that the winner of the competition had this walkway, which by itself is already quite challenging, but what view you have there? And I think it won also because it puts photovoltaics on the first page of many journals when it's realized. So it's not only energy and not only the kilowatt hours and the efficiency tables, it's something which you can touch, which you can see. And you know that I'm always behind in trying to compare this with the age which I was grown up. This was the nuclear age. And so where I suffered, let's say, police to enforce that a certain power generation is built. And now we have a total contrary. We have people around that in a power generation. So at the end, the word agrivoltaic garden is, I think, describing best as a conclusion what we were here about. And you gave us an introduction to the meaning, also what garden means for people. It's agrivoltaic now, it's agriculture, it's feeding us, and it's feeding us also with energy. And so at the end, I want again to compliment Alessandra for her absolutely impeccable setting up of the program. She's the soul and driver behind Eta Florence for the whole setting and the organization. Most of you all that you participated in that, and our speakers and presenters, which were so much supportive, which picked up the ideas and were able also to show and demonstrate it. Thank you very much. I hope when I'm right, we would, for those which are interested to go to the solar architect tour, I think we need to take metro. And I think the meeting was scheduled for 1800 at the park. Is that correct?
I wouldn't make some other confusion.
No, okay, I don't. So I made enough confusion. Thank you anyway. And let's meet later, I think. You need to say this.